Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Becomes Assassin's Creed Vigilante Assassin movie. Before we start, please go support President Thanos for writing that awesome fanfic. Weak, vulnerable. That was what described Tomoko Shiretoko as her hero comrades fought nearby. They had missed her, and a Nomu was approaching. Instead of her getting killed, a certain lethal vigilante saves her and shows her how to be happy, even without her quirk. How will she feel when it turns out half of the heroes in Japan are out to get her new source of happiness? Once again in this story, Izuku will have a quirk and will not get OFA. That special privilege will go to Uraraka. Surprise rescue. She could hear the fighting, feel the vibrations of unstoppable forces meeting immovable objects. But she couldn't find them. No matter how hard she tried, search wouldn't activate, almost as if it wasn't there. But that's impossible, right? No one could take quirks, right? Those were the half-conscious thoughts of Tomoko Shiretoko, also known as the hero Ragdoll and part of the Wild Hussycats. She could hear her teammate, Tiger, getting close to where she was. She could only make out a bit of what he was saying, but it was clear he was looking for her. Tiger. Whe Ru Nomwhere. But then he started to get quieter. He had missed her, and by the sound of the battle, he wouldn't be able to get back to her for a while even if he knew where she was. She then opened her eyes for the first time in what felt like days. How long had she been out? That didn't matter. All that mattered was getting out before the building next to her was going to collapse. It took all her remaining strength to crawl just a few feet away from where she had been laying. She then blacked out due to her exhaustion. On a nearby rooftop was a man, no, a teenager. He was wearing what seemed to be an ordinary zip-up sweatshirt, colored white, with the hood up, but even the surprisingly deep hood couldn't hide his messy green hair. He had been watching the battle from afar, and now took notice of the unconscious and severely underdressed hero just a few feet from an unstable building. Ordinarily he wouldn't have helped, but the building was degrading fast and the other heroes didn't see her. So he grabbed onto the ledge and had parkoured down, something he had grown accustomed to in recent years, though it was mainly to get away from heroes, not go towards them. Once he hit the ground, proceeded to sprint over to Ragdoll, but a gray Nomu had just seen her as well and began to approach. In response, the teenager pulled out one of his batons and pressed a button, which caused a foot-long blade to pop out the top of it. Using the now bladed baton, he swiftly ran to the Nomu, jumped up to match its height, and decapitated it. After that he pressed the button again to retract the blade, put the baton away, and proceeded to carry the unconscious hero, with a towel he found nearby to cover her, back to the only place he could call home. Time skipped one day. Tomoko woke up, her eyes slowly opened to show a slightly run-down apartment. It had clearly seen better days, but it was better than nothing. Then she remembered the battle and shot upwards to stand, but she immediately began to fall. Clearly her recovery would take some time. Before she hit the floor, somebody caught her. "It'd be a damn shame if you hit your head and died the day after I saved you." The mysterious boy then laid her back down on the couch she was on before speaking again. "I apologize if the clothes aren't to your liking. They're the only things I had that were anywhere close to fitting you." Tomoko looked down to see she was wearing a loose-fitting all-might hoodie with jeans that were clearly too big for her, held on by a rope. "Tomoko, I'm just happy you gave me clothes, to be honest. I'm a vigilante and a killer, but I do have manners, you know." She looked at him confused, and she could hear him curse himself for revealing his secret. "I thought you already knew. I'm pretty sure heroes were instructed to look out for someone who looked like me." "Tomoko, I don't remember anything about that, sorry. But I assume you won't let me go now." "You're right, I won't. You still need to recover." Tomoko looked confused again but brushed it off. "Tomoko, could I at least get the name of my savior?" The teenager then sighed at the request but gave in anyway. "Sure, as long as you don't tell anyone." She then nodded her promise to him. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, also known as the Vigilante the Assassin. There's no need to introduce yourself, Tomoko Shiretoko, aka Ragdoll. Dinner's almost ready, relax until I bring you some." Then he left her to her thoughts. She laid down and began to process what had happened in the past few days. Izuku then yelled back to her. "Izuku, Oh, by the way, Shiretoko, it's been a full day since the big battle. It's okay if I call you Shiretoko, right? You can call me Midoriya if you'd like. After confirming that they can say each other's names, Izuku brought out dinner, which was homemade katsudon. After that, she fell asleep on the couch as he went out to patrol as the assassin. She wondered how long she was going to be here. Second day. Tomoko woke up and smelled something cooking in the kitchen, so she got up. This time she was able to stand but needed to support herself on a table to walk. Once she got to the kitchen, she saw Izuku cooking. Izuku. Good morning, Shiretoko. Have a seat and eat. I'm sure you have questions, and I'll answer a few after you eat. She did as she was told and sat down to eat. As she ate, she noticed him adjusting bandages around his body. That would be one of her questions. They ate in silence until they were both done. Izuku. Alright, go ahead and ask. I only wish that you don't share this with anyone. Tomoko. You're a vigilante, and pretty good one too. Why didn't you become a hero? Izuku. It's because of my quirk. It's called eagle vision, though it does more than enhance my sight. It allows me to see or sense people. I can see if they'll have ill will towards me. They usually have a red tint around them. If I have someone I want to get to, or kill in my vigilante work, they turn gold, or if they're an ally, they're green. Police and heroes are blue or neutral. It's their job to stop me, so they aren't enemies, just obstacles. I can also see these colors through walls. I tried for a few hero schools, but they all required physical portions that I just couldn't pass. Tomoko knew just how biased hero schools had gotten in recent times. Hell, she's lucky she got into UA when she did, or else her search quirk wouldn't have been seen by the public at all. Tomoko. I see. And I assume you kill because, unlike Eraserhead, you're not able to erase quirks. Why are you going to let me leave once I'm better? Izuku. I looked at you, and you were green, not blue, not even red, but green, so I believe you're trustworthy. And even if you weren't, I have no interest in killing heroes. They talked for a while longer, then Tomoko noticed some sort of metal rectangle in the sleeve of a hoodie he was putting on. When she asked what it was, he flexed a muscle she couldn't see, and a blade came out of the sleeve, just a few inches longer than his hand, which she just noticed was missing the ring finger. Izuku. I call it a hidden blade. When I flex a certain muscle on the underside of my forearm, it activates. To retract the blade, I just flex again. To make it less conspicuous, I kept it small, but because of that I have to sacrifice my ring finger so it's not cut off by the blade on accident. Tomoko scooted her chair closer and started to look at it to see if she could understand how it worked. She couldn't. He then left for a few hours before coming back, covered in blood. She still couldn't walk properly at all, so she hobbled over the best she could. Tomoko. What happened to you? Izuku. Would it make you feel better if I said most of it isn't mine, Shiretoko? She shook her head and sat back down to let him clean himself up. She figured he'd been in worse shape before, so she just let him be. That's when she realized that she had gotten so casual with a very dangerous vigilante in just 2 days, and she had already promised to not tell anyone anything about what she'd learned about him. She rationalized that it must have just been payment for saving her, but that didn't answer why she was green in his eagle vision. She subconsciously tried to use search to find out more about him, only to be reminded that she didn't have it anymore. This brought a saddened look to her face as she was reminded of how hollow she felt without her quirk, and how desperately she wanted it back so she could help people again. Izuku saw this and decided to try to cheer her up. Izuku. If it makes you feel any better, I sent anonymous messages to the WWP UA and the Hero Association stating that you were alive and recovering. This managed to help a little, but not a lot. He then went to the kitchen to make dinner, only to realize he forgot to grab groceries, so he ordered them a pizza to eat. Tomoko was able to answer the door before Izuku somehow, and got scolded because the delivery man could have recognized her, and they were lucky there weren't heroes knocking down all 4 of his walls at that moment. After they ate, they watched some TV, and then Izuku went off to what Tomoko assumed was his room to sleep. She then laid down and fell asleep too, still trying to rationalize why she wanted to be friends with the teenage vigilante. Recovered. The next week was basically the same as Tomoko's first, conscious, day in Izuku's apartment, though she had been slowly getting better. They had also been talking more. One day Izuku was taking the day off. Tomoko. Midori, yeah, I never asked, but how old are you? Izuku raised an eyebrow at her questions but decided to answer anyway. Izuku. I'm 16, young I know, but what's done is done. Why'd you want to know? Tomoko. I was just curious, that's all. It's not every day that you get saved by a teenage assassin. The green-haired boy chuckled at how absurd it sounded when said out loud. Izuku. I guess you're right about that, Shiretoko. Anyway, I'd say you're ready to leave tomorrow, considering your recovery is almost complete. You can walk with minimal difficulty, your stamina seems to be almost back to how it was, and your headaches are completely gone. While he talked, Tomoko could only agree, until she remembered the one thing that wouldn't come back. Tomoko. Yeah, almost perfect. I just wish Search was still here though. She looked down in sadness as she said this, but then to her surprise Izuku hugged her. Usually it would just be a warm hand on her shoulder or a reassuring phrase, not a full-on hug. He only spoke after he let go and backed off. Izuku. I know nothing will replace it, but you're still my ally. And you're the first person I could actually call my friend in years. If you need anything, just call me or come visit. I'll always make time for my friends and allies, I swear it. This small speech caused Tomoko to tear up and hug the boy, whispering thank you in between quiet sobs. She then asked him a question. Tomoko. I know it might reveal who you are, so you don't have to accept, but do you think you could come with me to the WWP agency? You don't have to stay, just drop me off. Izuku gently removed her arms from around him. She may have been recovering for a week, but that doesn't mean she wasn't strong anymore. In fact, he could barely breathe. He also gently pushed her away so they could talk face to face. Izuku. Okay, I'll come, but I will be bringing a hidden blade just in case. If your teammates figure out who I am, I will fight. None of them will die, I promise, but I can't guarantee they'll get out of a fight unscathed. Tomoko then nodded and verbally accepted his terms, knowing that an assassin without blades is like a fish out of water. The rest of the day was a blur for green-haired friends. Tomoko was excited to go back to see her teammates and friends, while Izuku was more worried about whether or not he should bring more than a hidden blade, but he decided against it. He was also worried about what the WWP would think of him just as a friend to Tomoko. She was the first one he'd had in years, and he wasn't ready to let her go. She had noticed his worried looks and told him that no matter what happened, she would be proud to call him her friend. The next day. It was time. Tomoko was going back, and with a friend too. She was so excited that it leaked over to Izuku, and washed away some of his doubts. The train ride to the station closest to the agency was 2 hours. After that they had to hike through miles of forest to get to the agency, which took another 3 hours, but finally, they made it to the building. Tomoko went over to the front door of their on-site living quarters to find it locked. She knocked but no one answered. Izuku stepped up and attempted to shoulder charge the door. It didn't budge. Since they couldn't get in through there, they opted to just sit in the agency building itself. But to spite the other members of the WWP for locking the door to their living quarters, Tomoko and Izuku spent way too much time locking everything they could get their hands on. When they were done, they locked themselves in the office of the WWP. Tomoko sat at her old desk on the left while Izuku sat at Pixie Bob's desk on the right. The Hussycats were returning after an eventful day. They were tired but knew what happened when paperwork wasn't done, so they begrudgingly decided to do that first. Mandalay went to open the front door of the agency, only to find it locked. From the perspective of Tomoko and Izuku, it sounded like chaos. And it all started when they heard the front door break open. Then the rest of the agency soon followed. If they didn't know any better, the duo would have thought a villain was attacking. After about 15 minutes of crashing and breaking, the door to the office soon came crashing down, and the Hussycats entered to see their missing friend, and a random green-haired teenager, laughing their asses off. Mandalay yelling, "What the hell is wrong with the two of you?" Izuku, "It's not our fault you locked the living quarters door." After half an hour of yelling and screaming, the Hussycats finally calmed down enough to start questioning. Tiger, Shiretoko, how are you here? Who is he? Oh, he must be the one who left us those messages. Izuku, yeah, that's me. Izuku Midoriya at your service. I found Shiretoko after that big fight was over in an alley. I think the wind pressure flung her away from the area. Ever since then she's been with me, slowly getting better. She's almost fit to go back into the field again if you asked me, but that's up to her, not us. The 3 active members of the WWP thanked him for taking care of Tomoko for so long. Then Pixie Bob spoke up. PB. It's getting dark now, why don't you stay the night here? We have an extra bed. The worried look that flashed across the faces of the two wasn't missed by the remaining WWP. Mandalay talked next. Mandalay. Why the worry? Is there something you don't want us to know? Izuku. No, I just don't want to impose on you all. This seemed to satisfy the Hussycats. They led the two to the quarters. They all fell asleep peacefully that night. Except for Izuku and Tomoko, who were panicking about how the plan didn't involve Izuku sleeping over at the agency. Rocky returned. They woke up the next morning and got dressed. Izuku and Tomoko both woke up at the same time, which just so happened to be before the WWP did. The Hussycats came down an hour after them to find Tomoko laying on the couch watching TV and Izuku nowhere to be found. Mandalay walked over to the couch to talk to the green-haired woman. Mandalay. So, where's Mr. Best Friend Shiretoko? Tomoko. Oh, he's just taking a shower right now. The hike was pretty long, and he didn't get to when we got here. Mandalay and the rest of the Hussycats nodded and went on with their days, except for Tiger. He was still suspicious of the pair's fearful looks the day before and decided to investigate Izuku's belongings. Did he know it was wrong? Yes. But he wasn't about to let him leave if he was too dangerous. He opened the door to the room the teenager slept in and found his zip-up sweatshirt draped over a chair. He quickly grabbed it and left so he could investigate it in his room. Tomoko was worried, to say the least. Before Izuku went into the shower, he told her that he used eagle vision on her teammates to see if he could trust them. He said that both Mandalay and Pixie Bob were green, but Tiger was blue, so they'd have to keep an eye on him. Which she now couldn't do without acting weird, so she just hoped that he wouldn't do anything, a hope which was immediately crushed when Izuku was thrown down the stairs by a very angry-looking Tiger. A few minutes ago, Izuku was stepping out of the shower when he heard a knock. He used eagle vision to look and see that the tall and bulky figure of Tiger was still blue behind the door. Tiger. We need to talk once you're out of the shower, Midoriya. Izuku. Okay, Tiger. I'm almost done, just let me dry off and get dressed. The green-haired boy knew this wouldn't be just a talk. By the way Tiger said it, he was in for a fight. He got dressed, and when he opened the door, Tiger's lengthened arm grabbed him and dragged him down the hall where Tiger was, holding his sweatshirt, which contained the only weapon he brought. Izuku shit. He was then thrown downstairs and landed next to the couch, which contained a confused and concerned Tomoko. Tomoko. What the hell's going on? Tiger. He's a villain, Shiretoko, get away from him. She looked at the sweatshirt in his hand and understood what happened. He found the hidden blade and ambushed Izuku. She looked down at Izuku to find he was looking around, presumably to find a weapon to use. Just then Pixie Bob and Mandalay rushed in after hearing the commotion. Tiger. Good, you two are here. He's a villain. The sleeve of his sweatshirt contains a blade, much like the reports of the assassin. Once he said that, the red and blue colored members looked at Tomoko and Izuku, to find them not defending themselves. Just then, the teenage vigilante took off towards the kitchen, and Tomoko rushed to Tiger. The surprise of her advance allowed her to take the sweatshirt and run towards the kitchen, where Izuku was emerging after finding what appeared to be the biggest knife he could. She threw the weaponized clothing to him as Tiger caught her leg. Tomoko. Run, go, I'll catch up in a bit. Izuku, ignoring her commands, ran towards Tiger, faster than anyone thought he could, activated the hidden blade, and stabbed it into his shoulder, which caused him to let his friend go. Izuku then retracted the blade, grabbed Tomoko, and jumped through a nearby window since the main exit was blocked by the other two Hussycats who were, for some reason, still green. After hours of hiking and avoiding the capture attempts of the Hussycats, they made it to the train station and went back to Izuku's apartment, where they both collapsed onto the couch and fell asleep after turning on the TV. Friendly visit. The next day, the two friends and roommates for the foreseeable future were woken up by a knock on the door of the apartment. Izuku used eagle vision to see who it was. He didn't recognize the two people behind the door, but they were green, so he went to open it. Mandalay and Pixie Bob were the ones on the other side, but they weren't in their suits, which is why he didn't recognize them at first. He let them in and had them sit while he made breakfast for him and Tomoko. Izuku, do you two want anything, or am I only cooking for me and Shiretoko? Mandalay, we already ate, but thank you anyway. We'll talk when you two are done though. He nodded and continued to cook the pancakes he was making. Once he was done cooking, he and Tomoko ate. They all then went over to the couch to talk. Izuku, I assume you have questions, which we'll answer to the best of our abilities. For the next hour they all talked. The two visitors wondered how exactly Izuku found Tomoko, why he let them in, and other similar questions. Tomoko eventually got to ask how they found the teenager's apartment. Mandalay, oh, that. It was simple. Me and Sachikawa were able to get access to the train station cameras shortly after you left and found what station you got off at. PB. Then me and Sosaki used street cam footage to follow you to this building. After that it was a matter of asking your landlord. Izuku could be heard quietly cursing his landlord, but quickly regained his composure and got up. Izuku, if that's all, I think it's time for me to start my patrol. You're free to stick around a bit longer, but I'm going to be out for a few hours. The two heroes watched as he put on his sweatshirt and clipped on his baton holders. He then opened the window, jumped to the next building, and disappeared. Time skipped 5 hours. Izuku was returning from his patrol to find his building surrounded by police. When he used his eagle vision, he saw Tomoko and their guests leaning on the door to stop the police from breaking down the door. He sighed, knowing Tomoko and his newly found allies would see his work firsthand. He leapt down into an ally, assassinated a police officer who was by himself, and took the top half of his uniform as a disguise. Using the uniform, he was able to get back into the building easily, though he had to ditch it because it was too hot on top of his other gear. He then went floor to floor, killing all officers in his way. A few even saw him, which made him fight with his batons. He was keeping track of the door's situation using eagle vision, but just before he made it to his floor, 3 officers got in, and since Mandalay and Pixie Bob were off duty, they couldn't do anything. Once Izuku made it to his door, he knew there was no going back. He would either lose his new friends, or keep them. He readied himself and got to work. He used a new upgrade he called the Phantom Blade on the furthest officer, which caused the other 2 to turn around. The closest was taken down using the hidden blade, and Izuku threw a throwing knife into the final officer's throat. Once he retracted the hidden blade and collected his knife, he looked at the 3 women, expecting looks of horror and disgust, but what he got were faces of amazement, and in Tomoko's case, thankfulness. Izuku, you 3 okay? They all nodded and got up, but instead of staying, Mandalay and Pixie Bob left through a window, leaving the green duo alone. Tomoko, so, what now? They know where you live. And no, I'm not leaving. God knows what would happen if I left you to your own devices. Izuku, there's only one place I can think of. My mom's place. Tomoko watched as his expression grew worried. Tomoko, what's wrong? Not on good terms with your mom? Izuku, no, it's not that. It's just that she doesn't know about the whole assassin thing. And she's a huge fan of yours and will recognize you. Tomoko, well, we might as well rip off the band-aid while we're at it. I'm sure it'll turn out fine. Izuku, I sure hope you're right. They then packed as Izuku also called his mom to tell her he's coming over with a friend. As they left, Izuku grew a determined look on his face. Coming home. After a 3-hour train ride and 2-mile walk, full of reassuring talks from Tomoko, the 2 green-haired friends stood in front of Izuku's mom's apartment. The teen knocked on the door and while waiting, used eagle vision to see 2 figures in the house. One was obviously his mother, who had gained some weight in recent years, but he could figure out who the second person was. He was tall and very skinny, and he was blue. He'd have to find out later. The figure of his mother got to the door, opened it, and gave Izuku a rib-cracking hug. Inko, Izuku, I was so worried when I saw your building was attacked on the news. Are you okay? Izuku. Yes, Mom, I'm fine. I wasn't home when it happened, but if it's okay with you, do you think me and my friends stay here for a while? They were staying with me but didn't want to be in the building either. Inko let go of him and signaled to come inside. Izuku then called Tomoko from around the corner, where she was hiding so his mom wouldn't fangirl. Inko. Of course you two can. Anyone who's your friend can stay here, Izuku. Speaking of, where is he? Almost as if on cue, Tomoko entered through the door and quickly closed it behind her. Izuku. About that, it's a she and I believe you already know her. At this point Inko was in the living room as she didn't actually see Tomoko yet. Then Tomoko came around the corner, causing Inko to nearly faint at the sight of her favorite hero. Inko. What? Are you serious? But she's been missing for 2 weeks. Tomoko. Hi, Ms. Midoriya. I heard you were a fan of mine. I hope you can forgive your son for not telling you he found me. She then playfully smacked the back of the teenager's head. When he remembered the other person, he looked around and saw the blue silhouette in a corner of his mom's room. Izuku yelling. You're not fooling anybody, Mr. Sneaky. Hey watched the man panic for a second before calming down, still believing he was in the clear. Izuku yelling. Get out of my mom's room before I drag you out myself. This caused the man to panic even more as he scrambled out and into the living room, revealing the tall, skinny, yellow-haired skeleton of a man that was All Might. His eyes could be seen widening once he saw Tomoko in the living room as well. INT. All Might? AM. Shiretoko? But I was told you were taken by the assassin by Tiger. This caused Izuku and Tomoko to grow worried looks as All Might analyzed the situation. He was told the assassin was on the younger side with untamed green hair, and if he looked worried about something, chances were Tomoko would be too. Just as he was about to say something, Inko spoke up. Inko. Oh. So that's how you found her, Izuku. And before you say anything, yes, I knew. People say the assassin can see friend or foe through walls and uses a hidden arm blade. Just so you know, you didn't hide your stuff very well. Izuku. I should have known it was you who moved it. Why didn't you say anything then? Inko. Because I knew it wouldn't have stopped you. I already knew UA's exam wasn't fit for your quirks, so I had planned to ease you into vigilantism anyway, though it became apparent that I wouldn't need to. Besides, heroes kill all the time, even if it's accidental, and vigilantes even more so. And just one question, when am I getting kitty assassin grandbabies? Both Tomoko and Izuku grew deep red blushes at her words and looked away from each other. Tomoko. We're just friends, Ms. Midoriya. Izuku. Yeah, what she said, Mom. Inko laughed at their behavior until Izuku calmed down and spoke up. Izuku. Speaking of relationships, you and All Might. How long's that been a thing? It was Inko and All Might's turn to blush, but not as much as the other two. AM. We've been together for a few months. Actually, we met just after the entrance exams. I'm sorry that you didn't get in, young Midoriya. I'll have to talk to Nizu about the exam's bias towards offensive quirks. Izuku then watched as the man's color went from blue to green, signifying a new ally. Izuku. It's alright, I'm happy the way it is now, though please do change the exam. I don't think the heroes want a bunch of assassins running around. All Might nodded. AM. I could get you into the hero course, don't you not want that? Izuku. Well, unless they allow me to kill, not really. Besides, I'd have to stay around Tomoko because of Tiger. He's the only hero we've met that wasn't okay with her being friends with and staying with me. All Might then pulled a file out of a nearby briefcase and handed it to Izuku, who read it. Izuku. A dorm system? For both students and staff, new staff members also wanted. This seems like you just materialized the very thing we would need. All Might laughed at the boy's observation. AM. So it would seem. But I'm serious, and for the killing requirement, I'll see what strings I can pull. Believe it or not, even when retired, the symbol of peace isn't someone many can say no to. Izuku nodded and looked to Tomoko, who also nodded. Inko then gave her approval of the idea. AM. The system is implemented next week. Pack what things you have and I'll take care of the rest. I'll be off now, see you all later. Inko gave him a peck on the cheek as he left. Izuku was excited, and Tomoko helped him come up with things like his hero name and costume. Class time. The day had come. Izuku was finally going to be in UA, and his new best friend, Tomoko, was going to join him as a teaching assistant. The only thing was that since Tiger had apparently told the Hero Association about what happened, he couldn't go out without being stopped by a hero every few minutes. Mandalay and Pixie Bob had shown up to help them move as well. Inko hugged them both goodbye as they left for the train. It was an hour-long ride to UA with both friends being nervous about a hero recognizing Tomoko and trying to arrest Izuku, but thankfully that didn't happen. Eventually they made it, and saw 1A and Aizawa outside the dorm building, but once Izuku laid eyes on a certain blonde-haired boy, all his confidence disappeared. Tomoko knew what happened between Izuku and Bakugo, but she didn't expect his mere presence to do this, so before they walked over she spoke up. Tomoko. Okay, look. You told me what happened for all those years, but look at yourself. You're stronger, more skilled than you were, and have more experience in far more dangerous situations than he's been through. I know for a fact that you could kick his ass if you wanted to. Her words seemed to work a little. The fear could still be seen in his eyes, but he was walking with confidence again. When they got to the back of the class, Aizawa spoke up about their presence. Aizawa. Shiretoko, Midoriya, nice of you to join us. We were just about to go inside. Please do follow. The class turned to face the newcomers. Most didn't recognize Izuku, but all of them did recognize Tomoko. Bakugo, however, did notice Izuku, and wasn't happy he was there. Both Aizawa and Tomoko noticed his angered look. Tomoko scooted closer to Izuku to support him, while Aizawa just ignored it. After Aizawa described the dorms, everyone was able to decorate their rooms. After a while everyone had a room competition, which Sato won because cake, and met up in the living room to interrogate the new members of the dorms. They answered as many questions as they could without mentioning the assassin, but that wasn't gonna last long. Ajri. Mississippi Shiretoko, weren't you kidnapped by the assassin? How did you get away? She and Izuku glanced at each other momentarily. Tomoko. That's classified information. This seemed to satisfy the class curiosity for the time being. They had since realized how closely Izuku and Tomoko were. When Ishido said something, they insisted they were just friends, which was true, but Ishido had a look that said, I know something you don't. The next day was the first day back in school. Izuku was excited to finally be in his dream school, so excited that he was nearly shaking his desk apart during math of all things. Eventually, it was time for hero training, and he practically launched himself towards his case that came out of the wall. Add batons to the back. Aizawa led them to Gym Gamma, and told them to work on creating ultimate moves. Instead of making moves, Izuku was sparring with Aizawa and other members of the class to help him sharpen his skills. He wasn't able to beat Aizawa without weapons, but other close-range fighters like Ojiro and Uraraka with her mysterious strength-based quirk were easy for him to take down. Suddenly everyone heard an explosion and saw Bakugo yelling while flying towards Izuku. Bakugo. Deku, how did a weakling like you get in? Fight me right now. Just before he made contact, Izuku dodged. Bakugo landed and charged towards him, and to his surprise, Izuku was already coming towards him, with a blade coming from his left wrist, and a baton approaching the side of Bakugo's head in his right. Knowing he couldn't dodge both, he evaded the baton, took the blade to the shoulder and sent an explosion towards Izuku, who was able to evade it, sweep Bakugo's legs, get on top of him, and hold the baton with the blade extended to his throat. Izuku. Yield Kaken, I won't tell you again. Bakugo knew he was beat. Even if he knocked Izuku off, his shoulder was bleeding too much for him to fight anymore. Bakugo. I yield, you damn Deku. Izuku got off of him and let the blonde go to Recovery Girl. He also had to explain what happened to Aizawa, who assured him he would talk to Bakugo. That night he talked to Tomoko about how he beat Bakugo. She congratulated him. That night he fell asleep, ready for the next day. License exam. For the next week, Class 1A's classes were set aside to allow them to train for the professional licensing exam that was coming up. Every day they would train and create new moves, but since Izuku had to rely on his gear, he was focused on improving it, and adding new tools to his arsenal. He had been able to get his hands on a few rope darts, which he mainly used to pull enemies towards him, but he learned how to hang them from high places using them as well. He also gave himself a second hidden blade, but instead of a normal blade, this one had a hook at the end of it. Yes, it lost any slashing ability, but it still stabbed like a dream and it could help him climb better. Bakugo also tried to fight him every chance he got. Most of the time Izuku was able to dodge and overpower him, but sometimes Bakugo was able to beat him. Those defeats made Izuku realize that he needed to work on his combat against emitter quirks, as he could fight against mutant and transformation quirks fine since they almost never extended past the body. But emitter quirks gave their users actual tools and weapons to use, and each one was different. That led to him sparring against his classmates whenever he had the chance. He eventually got the hang of using his new tools, though the rope dart took a while, and a lot of help from both Aizawa and Tomoko, to figure out. With his new mastery of his gear, he was fully prepared to take the exam. The day was here, the class was going to have their licenses and would be able to do actual hero work instead of breaking the law every other week. Once they were there, they were doing a little class huddle when some guy from Shiketsu interrupted them and hit his head on the ground. When they left, Ms. Joke's class came over, with her annoying Aizawa to get married. After that, they finally went inside to start the exam. They had to put targets on their bodies somewhere that could be seen, and throw balls at others' targets to pass the first part. Once it started, Izuku took off, saying he works better alone. Shortly after he left, he saw a big dust cloud and all of his classmates get separated. He ran over to a city-like environment and started his hunt. He used eagle vision to look for examinees. Many showed up and were glowing gold. He didn't want to be in the open, so he stuck to backways and alleys he found. Eventually he spotted what looked to be Shoji, Jairu, Ajiri, and Yorozu stuck in a room. He noticed what seemed to be snipers on the building across from them. He quickly climbed the building from the outside and were able to reach the roof they were on. They didn't see him coming, and couldn't fight back when he used a smoke bomb to get close and eliminate both of them. Once he was done there, he looked at the building and saw a red group of students walking up to his classmates' floor. He took action quickly. He climbed down and ran into the building. He was climbing the stairs when he looked up and saw his classmates were close to exhaustion. Yorozu was clearly running out of fat to use, Jairu was holding an injured ear, and Shoji was carrying a bundled-up Ajiri. He stopped just before the floor, and prepared himself. He used his hook blade to pull himself up, knowing the enemy would expect the stairs, so when he came over the railing, they were surprised. He quickly got to work. He knew he already passed, so he only knocked them out for his classmates to get. Once that was done, he opened the door and let them out. Yorozu. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku. No problem. Now I suggest you all tag their targets so we can get to the exam room to wait for the others. The group nodded and tagged their opponents. When they arrived at the meetup area for people who passed, the group told their classmates how Izuku helped them. Just then an association official walked out and announced that the next portion of the exam was to rescue civilians from the, now collapsed, areas they had just fought in. After the targets were taken off, they began the second part. This time Izuku stuck with his classmates and helped take people to the evacuation area. He had just put down a smaller civilian with a head wound, when a wall nearby blew apart, and an army of minions charged out, followed by Gang Orca. Izuku knew he was finally able to shine. He ran towards the minions, batons in hand, and started taking them out. Even with their concrete launchers they stood no chance. Izuku was able to take out a large portion of them before Go stepped in. Go charged at him and swatted him away from the minion he was about to knock out. Izuku then popped the blades in his batons when regained his footing. Go. I was told the assassin would make an appearance. Let us see just how skilled you are with those blades of yours. Izuku ran at Go, but slid under him to try and slice his calves to make the man kneel. Before he could though, Gio jumped away. Before Izuku could recover from the slide, Go turned to him and stunned him with a sonic pulse. As Gio turned to walk away, he felt something stick into his neck. When he took it out he saw a dart, freshly empty of contents. Then he felt dizzy, he held his head and started to stumble, then he was filled with rage. The giant orca man was going berserk, He was so angry that he was swinging at anything, and neglected to pay attention to his surroundings. As he started to calm down, he failed to notice the duo of Todoroki and Inasa, starting to use their quirks together to make a fire tornado. He was able to see Uraraka carrying an unconscious Izuku away. The exam ended shortly afterwards. When Izuku woke up, he was back in the dorms, not in his room, or the common space. He was in Tomoko's room. A few minutes later, the woman walked into the room with some katsudon and an envelope held under her arm. Tomoko. Nice to see you're awake. I was starting to worry. I brought some katsudon for you. She put the food down onto the table as he sat at it, as well as the envelope. Tomoko noticed him looking at it and decided to speak up again. Tomoko. Oh, that? Your license and exam score are inside. Izuku then lit up and ignored the food he had just started to eat, and opened it up. He looked at his license for a while before Tomoko coughed to get his attention. He looked at her, but she looked a little nervous for some reason. Izuku. Is something wrong, Shiretoko? Tomoko. Other than the fact that the congratulatory bowl of katsudon I made for you is getting cold? Nothing. Izuku quickly apologized and thanked her for the food. As he ate, he was wondering what was coming next. Relationship? While Izuku was unconscious from Gang Orca's sonic attack, the class were all celebrating in the common space of their dorms. Bakugo had passed, but just barely, so why wasn't he, or Uraraka, celebrating? It's because of something they heard Gang Orca say to their green-haired classmate. I was told the assassin would make an appearance. Let us see just how skilled you are with those blades of yours. Sure, there were similarities, but he always just came off as a fan of the Vigilante. But now that they thought of it, both him and Tomoko appearing at the same time, even though they were told she was kidnapped, and the sudden mastery of his weapons that popped up whenever he fought, were both hints at his identity that they should have seen earlier. Ida suddenly caught on to their gloomy attitudes. Ida. Bakugo, Uraraka, why aren't you celebrating with the rest of us? Is something wrong? Bakugo. It's none of your business, Four Eyes. Unlike Bakugo, Uraraka was more willing to share their shared findings. Uraraka. Sorry, Ida. It's just what we heard Gang Orca say to Midoriya. He said Midoriya was the assassin and he wanted to see his blade skills. Ida immediately started to make the same connections the other two just had. A focused look came onto his face as he remembered the situation with Stain he get himself into. He then started to walk towards Tomoko's dorm room. As he passed the class, they grew puzzled looks as they saw Uraraka try and stop him. Ida. Don't try to stop me. The assassin is even more dangerous than Stain, and she doesn't have her quirk anymore. I have to do something if you won't. This small confrontation told the rest all they needed to know. None joined Ida as he made it to the woman's room and started banging on the door. Ida shouting, "Let Ms. Shiretoko go, assassin, and things don't need to get ugly." Tomoko's room, a few minutes prior. Izuku and Tomoko were relaxing and watching TV. At some point they got bored and started to just flip through channels to find something to watch. Izuku. Isn't there anything interesting on these days? Tomoko. Apparently not tonight, Midoriya. Then she got an idea. She tackled the boy and attempted to start tickling him. Keyword attempted. He wasn't even reacting, no matter where she tried to get at. He then flipped over so he was over her, and started to get her back. After a few minutes of, admittedly, evil-sounding cackling from Izuku and merciless tickling, a hard pound was heard on the door, and Ida shouting about the assassin and letting Tomoko go. Izuku then groaned a bit louder than he meant. Izuku. I knew this would happen. I was just hoping it would be tomorrow. Tomoko. This is gonna be a pain to deal with. Best we take care of this now before the problem gets any bigger. Izuku helped her up. She went over to her desk, picked up her phone, and called Aizawa. After a minute, Ida's pounding ceased and Aizawa yelled that they can come out. When they did, what they saw amazed them. All of Class 1A were on the couches and chairs, except for Ida. WHI was being held by Aizawa's scarf. The green-haired duo went towards the only remaining couch in the common space and sat down. Once they did, the class nearly exploded with questions and had to be suppressed by one of Aizawa's glares. Aizawa. One question at a time, and don't push a question if they don't want to answer, and Ida, keep yourself calm. The class all nodded and quieted down. Ajri then asked the top question everyone had in mind. Ajri: So Midoriya, if you're the assassin, why are you here? Izuku: Technically it's because of my skills and the fact it would be better if I went pro. But it's really just All Might's way of paying me off for him dating my mom. The class all owed over the new fact, except Todoroki, who could be seen burning a folder labeled Uraraka, All Might's secret love child. Kaminari: I thought Tiger said Ms. Shiretoko was kidnapped by you, Midoriya. Izuku and Tomoko both sighed as they remembered Tiger's growing hatred of Izuku. Izuku: That's just because he doesn't like me. After Shiretoko recovered from her injuries, I took her back to the WWP agency. He found out I was the assassin and tried to take me down. Shiretoko helped me escape. Thankfully Mandalay and Pixie Bob aren't as close-minded as he is. Tomoko: Oh yeah, we had to avoid them the entire way back to the apartment. Sosaki and Tsuchikawa came to it the next day. Then apparently Tiger called the police on the building and Aiza Midoriya had to make his way through the building to stop the police from getting me and the others. After hearing this, Aizawa choked on the coffee he was drinking. Aizawa: Are you talking about the Down Square apartment police massacre? INT: Oh, it has a name? This shocked the class and Aizawa even more than he already was. Then came the next question. Kirishima: How did you find her anyway? Izuku: It was during the Kamino battle. I was watching from a nearby building when I see Tomoko crawl out of wherever she was. The building she was next to was obviously going to collapse, so I stepped in. I was even able to decapitate one of those gray Nomu that was about to attack her. After that I brought her back to my apartment and helped her heal. The ones who went looked guilty that they couldn't help her. No one was expecting the last question. Ashido: So did you both also lie about not being together? They both went red as Kirishima's hair at her question. Izuku: What? And no. Why does everyone think that? Tomoko: I know, right? It would be wrong. I mean, you're 16 and I'm 31, nearly twice your age. It was then that Aizawa decided to speak up again. Aizawa: It wouldn't possibly be the most illegal thing you two have done, with Midoriya's many kills, and the 2 times you've evaded capture from heroes or police combined. An underage relationship isn't that bad when you think about it. Besides, Mike made me bet and I don't feel like losing. Izuku nervously: What do you mean by that, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa: I'm telling the 2 of you to kiss already. Everyone here can see you 2 have feelings and are dying to see you 2 get together. Before Izuku could respond, he saw Tomoko turn to face him, and when he turned to her, she pressed her lips onto his. At first he was shocked, but then he kissed back. When they pulled away, they looked into each other's eyes and hugged. Tomoko: Guess this means we're official now? Izuku: Yes, it does, Tomoko. The rest of the afternoon was spent with the class all hanging out and congratulating the new couple. Even Ida joined in after a while. The only one who didn't was Bakugo. He had his own questions that needed to be answered in private, but that could wait until after the class had calmed down. The Big Three. It had been a week since the professional licensing exam. Class 1A was sitting in their classroom waiting for Aizawa. He appeared shortly and began by mentioning the work studies and calling in the Big Three. Tamaki Amajiki was too shy to say anything, and Nijire Hato began asking everyone questions. She eventually made it over to Izuku. Hato: Hey. Aren't you the new guy? If you are, that means you weren't here for the USJ or anything. How'd you lose your fingers? What's your quirk? What does it do? Aizawa: Shut her up already, Togata. Togata: Sorry about her, Eraserhead. The man, now known as Mirio Togata, dragged Hato back to the front of the classroom as he then introduced himself and challenged everyone to fight him in Gym Gamma. The class got up to go change into PE uniforms. When they got there, they noticed Togata standing in the middle with Aizawa and the other members of the Big Three off to the side. Uraraka went to kick him in the head, with pink lightning flashing around her to signify her strength quirk was on, but she passed right through. He then laughed and proceeded to fall through the floor. Izuku used his eagle vision to watch him through the ground. Izuku: Kirishima, move or harden now. The red-haired boy hardened his whole body just before Togata came out of the ground to punch him in the stomach. The naked man jumped backwards in slight surprise as he dropped back down. This little song and dance went on until Togata decided to go after Izuku, who by now had recognized his gut punch strategy. The elder student flew out of the ground and extended his arm to punch Izuku, but it was caught. Before he could react, an explosion-filled punch launched him across the gym. He spoke as he got up from the hit. Togata, I see now. You're the one responsible for them reacting, so as long as I take you out, I can win this piece of cake. Sorry about this, Midoriya. He fell through the floor, popped up next to Midoriya, faked an eye poke to distract the boy, tripped him, and punched him into the ground, taking him out of the fight. When he finished with Izuku, he yelled, Togata, POWWWWWERR. The rest of the class didn't stand a chance against their upperclassmen without Izuku's aid. Once everyone had gotten up and went back to the dorms, Aizawa spoke up. Aizawa. Alright, now that you've all gotten a taste of how much work studies can help you, I'm sure at least some of you would like to participate. Azuri, Midoriya, Hato would like to talk to you too. Kirishima, Amajiki requested to introduce you to Fat Gum. Tokoyami, Hawks wants you to work study with him. Azuri grabbed Midoriya, who was about to lay on the couch next to Tomoko, who then plucked his fingers off of the back of the couch, and walked out of the building with the boy wrapped in her Tungito. Go to the third year's dorms to talk to Hato. When they go there, they were told where her room was. She pulled them inside as soon as they knocked. She sat them on her bed as she pulled up a chair. Hato. Hi. I'm so glad you two came. Izuku. What did you want us for? Hato. To ask if you guys wanted to work study with Ryuku, of course. Izuku and Azuri looked at each other and nodded. Azuri. We'd be honored to do our work studies with the number 10 hero. Kero. Hato looked excited when they accepted, but her happiness was quickly replaced by her usual overwhelming curiosity. Hato. Midoriya, you never answered my question. How'd you lose your fingers? Please answer. Izuku sighed. He had figured his identity would have spread like wildfire, but he still prepared to explain in case it didn't. Izuku. It's because of some hero gear of mine I created myself. It's a blade that can extend and retract. I call it a hidden blade. I want to keep it small so it stays hidden, but because of that my ring fingers get in the way, so I cut them off myself. Hato. Whoa, really? So cool, what's your quirk? Izuku. Might as well say it since you've got me talking. My quirk is called Ego Vision. It lets me see people through walls. If they are known enemies or have ill will towards me or any of my allies, they're red. If they're an ally, they're green. If they're police or a hero, they show up blue since they're not exactly foes, but their job is usually to stop me. If I have a goal, like rescuing people or searching a box, they'll show up gold. Instead of instantly going off on how cool or interesting his quirk is, she paused, putting together pieces of information she already knew. Hato. Holy shit, you're the assassin? Both Azuri and Izuku burst out laughing at her response. Izuku confirmed that he was, in fact, the assassin. After a while of explaining, they left and went back to the 1A dorms. After saying goodnight to Tomoko, Izuku went to his room and went to bed, excited to meet the top 10 hero. Work studies. It was early the next morning. Izuku was just getting up. As he was waking, he recalled how Hato had freaked out when she discovered his identity, and chuckled at the memory. He suddenly realized he felt heavier than usual, as if something was on top of him. When he looked down, he saw the familiar green hair of his girlfriend. She started to stir and wake up due to his movement when he laughed. Tomoko. Izuku, 5 more minutes. The boy then started to lightly shake her while telling her he had to get ready, and he was eventually able to get her up. As she sat up on the edge of the bed, he asked her a question. Izuku. Tomoko, why'd you come in here last night? Tomoko grew a saddened expression on her face and sighed before explaining. Tomoko. I had a nightmare about the camp. I was alone when I was attacked, and I guess it was a lot more traumatic than I thought. I just couldn't be alone after I woke up. She was then wrapped into a hug and she heard Izuku talking to her. Izuku. I'll always be here for you, Tomo. Don't forget that. Tomoko. Thank you, Izu, I won't. He gave her a quick peck on the cheek and got up to get ready. Tomoko. Wait, it's the weekend. Where do you need to go? Izuku. I have to visit Ryuku to confirm the work study. Wanna come with? Tomoko quickly got up and went to her room to get ready. Time skipped 2 hours. The green-haired couple were walking into the agency of the number 10 hero. Izuku told the receptionist why they were there, and she let them up. Once they reached the top floor, Izuku knocked and Ryuku said they could come in. The office of the Dragoon hero wasn't anything special really. It just looked like an average pro-hero office, some merch on shelves and some personal items like photos, but one thing did set it apart from other offices, and that was the mural of a golden dragon that took up a whole wall of her office. When they entered they saw Hato in the room as well, and when both Ryuku and Hato turned around, curious looks came across their faces. Ryuku. Welcome Mistreated, Shiretoko. Ashley was just here an hour ago to have me stamp her paper. I assume that's what you're here for, Mistreated? Izuku answered as he and Tomoko sat on the chairs Ryuku had. Izuku. Yes, it is Ms. Ryuku. And I hope you don't mind Shiretoko being here with me. Ryuku. Not at all, in fact I had hoped to see her soon so we could talk. To Tomoko. If that's alright, of course. Tomoko. It's fine, I've wanted to meet you for a while anyway. Ryuku smiled and nodded. Ryuku. Good. Now Mistreated, the paper if you will please. Izuku nodded, pulled the paper out of his bag, and placed it onto the hero's desk. Ryuku. Now, before I stamp your paper, I want you to tell me what you could do for this agency. Izuku thought for a few seconds before answering, by talking about an incident that happened between him and Ryuku while he was patrolling as the assassin. Izuku. Well, let's see. I specialize in close-quarters combat, ambushes, and other stealth-oriented operations. Your dragon form holds most of your combat abilities. Yes, you have some of its strength while human, but that just means you have to hold back, and Hato doesn't do close range at all. So if someone like me was with you when you couldn't apprehend the assassin in that specifically 5-story abandoned building just a mile outside of Mizurifu, you would have stood a much better chance of getting him. Ryuku looked at the boy in shock, then she glanced at Hato and Tomoko, who both were obviously having a hard time not laughing. She then looked back at Izuku. Ryuku. How? To answer her question he held up his left arm, flexed, and activated the hidden blade he had on. Izuku. That answer your question? Was revealing his identity to everyone he came across a good idea? No, not in the slightest. Was Izuku having too much fun telling people? Yes. Was he taking advantage of the fact he's a UA student and practically untouchable as long as All Might was dating his mom? Absolutely. Ryuku simply nodded as Izuku retracted the blade. She then stamped the paper and handed it back to Izuku, who put it back in his bag. She then asked the only question she had. Ryuku. Why didn't you go to hero school in the first place? Izuku. My quirk, Eagle Vision, isn't anywhere near combat-oriented, so I couldn't pass any entrance exams. They all needed you to destroy something, which I couldn't do. So what's the next best thing? Vigilantism, that's what. Ryuku chuckled and they all chatted until Ryuku and Hato had to go on patrol. Izuku was to start his work study the next week. On their way back Tomoko fell asleep on the train, so Izuku carried her to her room and put her under her covers. He didn't notice her start to tremble as he got up, but before he could walk away he felt a tug on his sleeve. When he turned around, Tomoko was looking at him, and looked as if she was on the verge of crying. Izuku realized she must have had another nightmare as he was putting her down. Tomoko, shakily. Please stay. I don't want to be alone. Izuku quickly hugged her. He let go to let her move so he could get in bed too. When he laid down he felt her arms go around his neck, so he pulled he closer, and she snuggled into him more. They both fell asleep happy that night. First day. Today was the first time Izuku and Ajiri were called in for their work study with Ryuku. They both got up early, put on their hero suits, and made their way to Ryuku's agency. When they got there they met up with Hato and entered the pro's office. She looked up at the three and started the day. Ryuku. Welcome. Today will be the first time two of you get to actually participate in heroic actions. We'll just start with a basic patrol. Remember to keep to our 5-mile perimeter. Froppy, you're with Nijire-chan. I'll stick with sorry, but I can't recall your hero name. Midoriya. Izuku. It's fine. The only people who know it are Tomoko, Nizu, and whoever types out the licenses. I'm the assassination hero, Altair. Ryuku closed her eyes and nodded, as if deep in thought. Ryuku. That's a good name, although I think the title's a bit on the nose. Well then, Altair will be patrolling with me today. Meet back here at the agency in 3 hours. They all nodded. Froppy and Nijire-chan went south, while Altair and Ryuku headed north. To both make it so he could keep up, and to not let criminals know she was patrolling so easily, Ryuku stuck to her human form. Everything was relatively quiet, a drug deal here and there, maybe a purse snatcher. Just an hour before they were to head back, Ryuku and Altair could be seen taking a break on a roof. It was silent until Ryuku brought something up she had heard earlier. Ryuku. So, Midoriya. What's with you calling her Tomoko? I get that you've been friends for a while, but I just don't see how only a couple months could lead to being that close. Unless there's more between you two than meets the eye. This caused Altair to slightly panic at the thought of being found out. Altair. What? No. Ryuku chuckled at his blatant lie. Ryuku. It's alright. I don't think it'll bring any harm. Just don't let Tiger find out. I know he already hates you, but if he found this out, he might actually kill you. It was Altair's turn to laugh a little. Altair. You're right. But given the fact the last time I saw him, he had to ambush me while I was coming out of the shower, I think my chances are pretty good. They both had a small laugh before getting up and finishing their patrol. Time skipped 2 hours. Ryuku and her work-study students were on the roof of a warehouse. The police had gotten a tip on a possible auction for trafficked people with mutant quirks and had asked Ryuku's agency to help with the raid. Altair looked through a skylight. What he saw sickened him. A raised platform, in front of 10 rows of chairs, all filled with wealthy men and women. On the stage were 2 people, a man in a suit who was obviously running the show, and a small girl, not older than 11, who had some form of a mutant deer quirk. He had seen enough. He looked towards Ryuku, who just nodded. He took that as her letting him get to work. He opened the skylight just enough to slip inside. He then landed on one of the rafters. He looked around with eagle vision. He saw around 15 guards stationed around the warehouse. He also saw a big glob of gold underneath the warehouse. He clicked on his comlink. Altair. The people are locked in some sort of basement underneath the building. He clicked it off and started his work. He walked across the rafters until he was over a guard, and assassinated him. Another came around the corner, and got taken out with a phantom blade. He then climbed back up. He had gotten 7 guards before someone found one of the others. The man on stage was starting to run, so Altair used the hook blade to swing off of the rafters and landed on the man, knocking him put. He radioed in. Altair. Auctioneer down, though I'm compromised. Ryuku. Got it, we're coming in now. A loud crash could be heard as Ryuku crashed through the roof as a dragon. The debris also blocked most exits, so the remaining customers couldn't escape. After just a few minutes, the remaining guards and customers were apprehended, and the civilians were released. They all went over to thank Ryuku and the police, except for the young deer girl who was on stage, who walked over to Altair, who was standing a little bit away from the rest. DG. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Hero. What's your name? Altair crouched down to match her height. Altair. I'm the assassination hero, Altair. What's your name? DG. My name's Sakura Gildorn. Altair. Well, little Gildorn, let's get you home safe, okay? The little girl nodded as Altair picked her up and took her towards a police officer near his car. P.O. I know not many of them are thanking you, but this wouldn't have gone as smoothly without your help, so thank you. Altair. No problem, though if you really want to thank me, you could find the parents of one Sakura Gildorn. The officer nodded and radioed in the girl's name. She looked up at Altair sadly as he put her down. He saw this and decided to give her something he had custom made. He reached into a pouch on his costume and pulled out a pin, much like one that would be put on a hat. The shape was that of the underside of an eagle's skull. He pinned it to the dress he had on. Altair. Sakura Gildorn, I hereby give you the title, Honorary Assassin. Use this wisely. If you ever need help, just give this number a call and tell the person who answers your name. Once I create an agency, just call that, okay? The little girl's face lit up as he handed her a small card. SG. Thank you, Altair. He chuckled at her excitement. Altair. No problem, sister. The officer then came back over to the two. P.O. Her parents will be here tomorrow. They live on the other end of the country. For now, she should be taken to a hospital to ensure her health. Altair nodded and said goodbye to the small girl as she was loaded into an ambulance. He then met up with the others. Nijire-chan. Hey. What was that pin you gave that girl? Altair. I call it a symbol of brotherhood. It represents how anyone can see each other as family, even if they aren't related. These connect all members of what I will eventually call the Assassin Brotherhood. They can also track whoever is holding them so other members can get to them if they're in trouble, although I'm the only one who can track them right now. The other three heroes looked at him in amazement, which caused him to laugh. Later that evening, he and Tomoko were asleep when his phone started to ring. Second rescue. Izuku and Tomoko both woke up to his phone ringing early in the morning. When he picked it up, the number was that of a hospital. He answered the call. Izuku. Hello? Nurse. Is this Altair? A little girl named Gildorn said that this number was for emergencies. Izuku. What's wrong? Nurse. We're under attack. The trafficking ring sent soldiers to get back their victims. I have Gildorn with me, but she's asleep. The hospital is I. Izuku. I know where you guys are, trust me. I'll be there with other heroes as soon as possible. Nurse. Please hurry. The nurse hung up the phone and Izuku got up. He quickly called Ryuku and told her the situation. He was about to leave the room when Tomoko tugged on his sleeve. Tomoko. Be safe, Izu. Izuku. I will, Tomo. They shared a quick kiss before Izuku left the dorms. 2 hours later. He was standing across from the hospital, using eagle vision to assess the situation when Ryuku and Edgeshot landed next to him. Ryuku. What's the situation, Altair? Altair. 15 soldiers on each floor. Most are searching for the trafficked people we rescued, others are guarding. There's only a few people from the raid being treated here. We should assume there are other attacks happening as we speak. Sakura Gildorn is still safe with a nurse in the basement. Edgeshot. Understood. I can take a few floors by myself. I assume you can take the rest? Altair. Take the top 5, I'll take the bottom 5. We'll meet in the middle. Ryuku, would you mind staying out here to watch for extraction teams or backup they might call? Ryuku. It's the only thing I can do in this situation, so I'll do it. I'll also radio to other heroes to check out other hospitals. Altair nodded and motioned to Edgeshot to start the operation. Altair used his hook blade to climb down safely. He walked over to the entrance and quickly assassinated the 2 guards. He entered and quickly dealt with the group in the immediate area. He walked over to a room that held a man with a mutation that gave him 2 extra arms. He was already unconscious and being dragged out by 4 men. Altair threw throwing knives at 2 of them and used his blades on the last 2. He woke the man up and told him to go to the basement where he would send others. He clicked his radio. Altair. First floor clear, 1 sent down to the basement, moving on. He clicked his radio back off and went to the next floor. All the soldiers were in 1 room, since the woman in there, who had some form of fox quirk, was 3 times their height. He threw in a smoke bomb and killed them all. He then informed the woman, who said her name was Ipanjozii, that the basement was the safest place and that others were already there. He radioed his status and moved to the next floor. It only took Edgeshot and Altair 20 minutes to clear the hospital. Altair told Edgeshot to go help at other hospitals and that he had something to do in the basement. He arrived there shortly and asked Josei if she had seen a little girl with a deer-based quirk. She pointed in a direction and Altair eventually found the nurse who called him. Altair. Hello, miss. I'm Altair, thank you for calling me. We wouldn't have known what was happening if you didn't. Nurse. Don't thank me, thank little Gildorn here, she's the one who gave me the number. Suddenly the little girl woke up, and when she saw Altair, hugged him tightly. Gildorn. Thank you, I didn't know if you would come. Altair bent down and patted her head. Altair. I gave you the symbol of brotherhood, of course I would come. What's your dream, little Gildorn? Gildorn. I want to be a hero, but my quirk isn't suited for being a hero at all. Altair. Neither is mine. All it lets me do is see people through walls. The girl looked at him in confusion. Gildorn. Then how are you a hero? Altair chuckled. Altair. Lots and lots of training. If you want, once I'm a full-fledged pro, I could train you. Her confusion turned to amazement and excitement as she hugged him again. Gildorn, thank you. Just then police officers came into the basement. Altair showed them his license and told them what happened. After saying goodbye to Gildorn once again, he returned to the dorms, in time to see everyone already up and getting ready for class. He turned to Aizawa with please for the love of God look on his face. Aizawa simply nodded, meaning Izuku could just sleep the day away in his room. When he got there, Tomoko was waiting for him. She walked up to him, gave him a kiss on the cheek. He told her about what happened as he changed out of his hero's suit. Once he was in comfortable clothes, he laid in bed next to Tomoko. Tomoko. I know you didn't want to get up, so if it makes you feel any better, I stayed awake just so we could go back to sleep when you got back. Izuku. I'd normally say that's weird, but right now, I'm happy you did. I love you, Tomo. Tomoko. I love you too, Aizu. They both fell asleep for the rest of the class day. Secrets. It had been a week since the raid on the trafficking ring and the hospital attacks. Izuku had been called into Ryuku's agency many times, and Izuku had found many pieces of peculiar evidence. He was in his room with 3 medallions in front of him, each with the same insignia of a red cross. Tomoko then walked into the room. Tomoko. Still staring at those things? For all we know, they could just be something that means you're part of a certain gang. Izuku. I know, but I've been doing research. These symbols are the same that the Knights Templar used during the Crusades, and they've been used all over the world since then. I can't find a link though. One century it's the symbol of a group of knights, the next it's the symbol for an entire industry. Tomoko. So it's popular, so what? Izuku paused, but remembered something he heard a few times, all from the people with the medallions. Izuku. There is a link. He quickly scribbled down a phrase and started comparing it to different historical sources. Tomoko walked over to him, curious. Izuku. Every time this cross is used, it's always paired with a saying. May the Father of Understanding guide us. Even the people I took these from said it. Tomoko. Aizu, what are you getting at here? Izuku. Whoever these people are, they've been in places of power for centuries. Since quirks appeared, the symbol disappeared until now, but what if the chaos made it too difficult? They want power and control, and quirks took that all away. Wait a second, oh? Oh no. He backed away from his desk, in shock and fear. Tomoko. What? What is it? Izuku. They've conquered the chaos that came with quirks, by controlling how they're used. Tomoko paused, thinking, and making connections. Tomoko. You don't mean? You think? Izuku. That the Hero Public Safety Commission is being controlled by these guys? Yeah, I do. Tomoko. Then how come these came from criminals? Izuku. They're playing both sides, complete control. I doubt anyone but us and them know they even exist. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. They quickly hid the evidence of their findings, and opened it, to find the number 2 hero, Hawks. Hawks. Hey there, you must be Altair, or do you prefer the assassin? Izuku. Midoriya is fine. We're not working right now. I didn't expect to be visited by the number 2 hero. He pivoted out of the man's way and let him in. Hawks. Well, I just decided to check on the most popular first year in the country. You've saved a lot of lives in just a week, you know. Izuku noticed a feather detach itself and hide under his bed. Izuku sneaky. But not sneaky enough. Hawks. But I can see you're holding up alright, so I'll be out of your hair now. See ya. He walked out and closed the door, and Izuku slipped his hook blade on and went out the window. He climbed up to the ledge of the roof and listened as Hawks came up, on the phone. Izuku couldn't hear the other end though. He started recording with his phone. Hawks. Yes, a feather is in place. No, I didn't see the medals, and we would have known if he accessed the videos. Fine, I'll keep an eye on him. May the Father of Understanding guide us. Izuku ended the recording as Hawks flew away, and climbed back down to his room, grabbed Tomoko, and the evidence, and marched right into Aizawa's room. Aizawa. Midoriya, Shiretoko, what are you doing? Without a word, Izuku placed the evidence on Aizawa's desk and started searching. After a few minutes he was sure there were no feathers and walked over to Aizawa. Izuku. Mr. Aizawa. Something's come up, something big. Aizawa then looked at the evidence, seeing what Izuku meant. Aizawa. Fill me in. Now. Planning. Aizawa had just told Izuku to tell him what he had found out, and how bad it was. Izuku. I need to call Ryuku right now as well. She'll want to know. Aizawa nodded and let Izuku call his work-study host. He then looked at Tomoko, who was quiet, but held a look of worry and fear on her face. That's when he knew it was something bad, when even a seasoned pro like Ragdoll was worried. Ryuku showed up soon after he called and they all sat around a desk Aizawa had pulled out. Aizawa. Now will you tell me what's going on? Izuku. It's bad, it's big, and I don't know if we can stop it. Ryuku. Why not? If it's so powerful you can let the pros handle it. Tomoko. No, we can't. ANR. Why not? Tomoko. Because we ultimately work for them. It's the HPSC themselves, or at least whoever's controlling them. Aizawa and Ryuku looked at Izuku for an explanation, and got a prepared sigh. Izuku laid out his evidence, the medallions, pictures of the Knights Templar, pictures of multiple English business owners, the phrase, and finally, his recording of Hawks. Izuku. It's all linked. These guys have been around since the Crusades, maybe longer, and now, they have control. They're in the ultimate place of power, commanders of heroes. They also have vast amounts of power in the criminal underworld. The reason I'm not sure we can do this is because of how deep their roots go. And that's only Japan. They're more than likely running the world behind the scenes. Aizawa. Just how behind the scenes do you think they are? Izuku. For all I know, AFO could have been a mere puppet to them, and not one on strings, a mere sock puppet. Ryuku. And we're the only ones seeing this because we don't know how many heroes are part of this. Why aren't we in your dorm, Midoriya? Izuku. I saw Hawk sneak a feather under my bed. My room is compromised. Any and all talk about this should be handled in a secure area, somewhere Hawks either can't get to, or wouldn't think of. Tomoko then brought up something she remembered from the news. Tomoko. Wasn't Lady Negant working for them directly, like Hawks? Why would they have her arrested? Aizawa. You're right. She may have gotten cold feet, or maybe she was being manipulated and found out the truth. Izuku. Well, the truth is what we need right now. We can't just visit her. Not only is she in Tartarus, but they'd likely have Hawks or someone keeping an eye on the visit. Ryuku. What are you implying? Izuku. The only thing that could help us right now is breaking Lady Nagant out of Tartarus. I know, not legal, but an assassin needs to know when to get their hands dirty. The other three nodded. Izuku put the evidence away as Aizawa called up Niza. Aizawa. I know Niza, he's trustworthy. He'd want to know about this. Izuku nodded and Niza appeared a few minutes later, quite curious about the new development and plan. Nizu. If I may see your findings? Izuku pulled the stuff back out and layered them in front of Nizu. Nizu. I can see what you're saying. You're quite right, a jailbreak would be our best option here. I can't say I approve of this, but Izuku Midoriya, hero name, Altair, I hereby give you the mission of bringing Lady Nagant to UA, to help in the fight against this mysterious group. He nodded and turned to Ryuku. Izuku. I won't be able to come into the agency until this is done. She nodded as he turned to Aizawa. Aizawa. I know. Just get it over with. If it takes over a week, I'll exempt you from a couple tests. With that, they started planning the jailbreak, and how to accommodate a wanted fugitive without giving anything away to the students. Jailbreak. Nisa pulled up to Tartarus, the prison with the highest security in the country. The plan was simple, but that didn't mean it was easy. The plan was to get in, detonate a discreet EMP to temporarily knock out the cameras, have Izuku sneak off to take a disguise, and wait for him and Nagant back at the car. Nizu, Aizawa, Izuku, and Tomoko got out of the car and walked up to the guard at the entrance. Guard. Hold. State your name and entry number. Nizu. Nizu, number 62890. The guard radioed the number, nodded at the response, and let them inside. They were taken to a waiting room-like area where they were met by the warden. Izuku looked around. Every guard there, including the warden, were red. He also saw Nagant and Gold 2 floors down. As the warden was walking towards them, Izuku tapped his foot twice, and nodded down as Nizu looked at him, quietly signaling where the ex-hero was. Warden. Welcome, Nizu. It's been a while. I understand you're all here to negotiate with AFO for Ms. Shiratoko's Quirk back? Nizu. You'd be correct, Warden. We are aware it will most likely be a futile attempt, but Search is an amazing Quirk, and would be best held in our grasp again. The warden nodded and led them to the elevator down. He pressed a button to go to the bottom of the prison, to AFO's cell. As they were passing the second floor, Aizawa activated the EMP. Hidden within his capture tool, the elevator stopped. Izuku knocked out the warden, opened the elevator door, and walked through them. He quickly made his way to a nearby break room, where guards were pouring out of, went inside, killed the last guard, took his uniform, and hid his body in a broom closet. He lowered his hood, put on the top of the uniform, and walked out, towards Nagant's cell. Once he got there, he used his batons to pry open her door. She looked at him in surprise. Nagant. What? You Templars thinks they can just free me to get me back? Or are you trying to make me a villain you can control? Izuku. Well, at least they have a name now. I'm not with the Templars as you call them. I am the hero known as Altair. You Lady Nagant defected, and I believe you'd help us take their control. Nagant. Why should I believe anything you say? Izuku. You don't have to, but you could give me the chance to convince you. You're our only chance to fight them at all. We need you. You may not be a pro anymore, but doing this would make you a hero once again. Nagant stayed silent, thinking it over. Nagant. Fine, I'll come with you, but as soon as we're put, I want these cuffs off. Izuku nodded and grabbed her, pulling her out as the lights came back on. He walked over to the elevator, walking with Nagant as if he was escorting her somewhere within the prison. He noticed the elevator was back at the top, so he called it back. Once it was down, they got in. He pressed the top floor button, and took off the disguise. Izuku. Once we're up, I'm going to throw down some smoke bombs. We'll have only a few seconds to make it out, then meet up with the others at the car a block from here. She just nodded and he reached into a pouch, pulling out the smoke bombs. As the doors opened, he threw them all, and they rushed to the exit, just barely making it out before it closed. Izuku broke the quirk-canceling cuffs as promised, and pulled her to the meeting spot. Once he saw the car, he opened the back passenger door, had her get in, then went around and sat behind Nizu, who was driving. Nizu. Nice to meet you again, Miss Tsutsumi. She looked shocked that the rodent was there. Nagant. Why didn't you tell me Nizu was involved? I would have come without hesitation. Izuku. How was I supposed to know? Tomoko. Never mind that. Nizu, where is she going to stay? Nizu chuckled. Nizu. In the 1A dorms, of course. Izuku was about to argue, but considering Nizu was the smartest being in existence, he decided not to. Nagant. Anyway, you said I'm your only hope. Why is that? Izuku. Their roots are so deep, we don't know who to trust. We can't go to the heroes, not even the top 10, considering Hawks is number 2 and is one of the Templars. And we can't turn to criminals and villains because we won't be able to figure out who they control or not. You, however, were one of them, even if you weren't that informed, Anything is better than nothing. Nagant nodded. She then looked at them curiously. Nagant, have you found any of those medallions with their symbol on them? Izuku nodded. Nagant, have you been able to access the confessional videos? Izuku shook his head. Izuku, no, when I discovered Hawks was one of them, he was talking on the phone and mentioned how they'd know if we found them. Why are they important? Nagant, each member of the Templars are required to record videos monthly, as a sort of documentation of their actions. Most won't be anything too special, like on normal guards you'd find videos listing where they were ordered to go, but the higher-ups, you'd find some very damning evidence, and sometimes they can even mention another higher-up they worked with. You could use those to find identities. Aizawa, but they'll know when we see them, so we'll have to be far from UA and very quick. Tomoko, but to do this on anywhere a regular enough basis to do any damage, we need a small army. Izuku pondered her sentence, before perking up and pulling something out of a pouch. Izuku, forget an army. How about a brotherhood? He held up what he pulled out. A small pin, in the shape of the underside of an eagle skull. Growing strength. The group had made it back to UA without any problems, and were about to walk into the 1A dorms when Izuku stopped them. He used eagle vision and looked up at his room, seeing 15 red silhouettes inside. He also saw his classmates in their rooms, terrified from how they were shaking. Izuku, bastards. They know I'm onto them, they're in my room, from what I can see, they threatened the rest of the class too. Why wouldn't they be fighting though? They have licenses. Nagant, the Templars must have threatened their families, or they're dressed as HPSC soldiers. I can't help without revealing where I am. It's on you four. Nizu, I'll take care of it. It's my school, they have no right to be here, so it'll be like I'm simply defending my students. Besides, it's been a while since I've seen some real action. He hopped off of Aizawa's shoulders. Nizu, I suggest hiding Ms. Tsutsumi before Hawks decides to show up. They nodded and ran back to the main building as Nizu walked into the dorms. Not many realize that Nizu is a pro hero, with a license, which he has for a reason. He may not see combat much, but when he does, he could clear a room quicker than most in the top 10. He's an animal with a quirk, so he can do some real damage anyway, but ever since he trained, he was a whole other beast. It took less than 5 minutes. They were just sitting down in his office when he walked in, not even a speck of dust on his suit. Nizu. Problem taken care of. Come on, let's go get you set up, Ms. Tsutsumi. They followed the rodent back to the dorms. He led them to the room directly under Izuku's. Nizu, you'll be staying here. I do suggest keeping away from the other students, but we all know that won't last long. Yes, they'll know you're here. We've already left letters in their personal mailboxes telling them not to tell anyone. Nagant. Thank you, though I would appreciate some clothes other than this jumpsuit. Oh, and my old hero suit if you could retrieve it. Tomoko. Oh, that's all already in there. If you want anything specific, just let any of us know. Hell, I'm pretty sure Aizu would break into Hawk's apartment if you wanted him to. Izuku. Don't give me ideas. Nagant. Aizu? What, are you two dating or something? She finally noticed how close they were standing the entire time. Nagant. Nice. I'll be down in a bit for food, I guess. She walked into her room and closed the door, leaving the group to go their separate ways. Aizawa walked into a room Niza had sealed off through a secret entrance to keep trying to make connections. Izuku started getting in contact with small, local heroes he had met in his work-study, and even some vigilantes he knew would love getting their hands dirty. It was late at night. Izuku was standing on a rooftop in his hero gear waiting. 5 other figures eventually made their way onto the roof he was on. One was a hero, and the rest were vigilantes. The hero, named Rocklock, spoke up. Rock. Alright, Altair. I'm curious, why are we here? Izuku handed him a thumb drive. Altair. The data on this drive will tell you everything, and until further notice, you all will only contact me, Eraserhead, Ryuku, Nizu, Ragdoll, and Lady Nagant about this. He handed the other 4 thumb drives as well. Rock. Wait. Nagant? You mean you're the one who broke her out? Altair. Yes, I am. The drives will answer most questions you may have, as well as discreet ways to contact us and each other. He gave 2 of the medallions to a couple of the vigilantes. Altair. Tell me when you gain access to the videos inside these. And do it in a place away from your homes, you will be followed. That's why I didn't give you one rock lock, I know you have a family. And before I forget. He took out 3 symbols and pinned them to their suits. Altair. These will let me get to you if you're in trouble. Now go, and pretend you never saw me or each other. They nodded and dispersed. The Brotherhood was growing. The Raid PT-1. Nearly a month had passed since Izuku and the others broke Lady Nagant out of Tartarus and began their fight against the Templars. The small group Izuku had recruited managed to keep him updated, and even cracked the medallions he gave them. One was just a grunt listing various guard positions he was placed in, but the other was different. He wasn't that high in the Templar rankings. Nagant had described them as a tree of sorts, each root or branch containing multiple lower-ranking cogs in the machine. This particular man appeared to be at the end of one of the branches, meaning he wasn't that important, but still, it was better than nothing. In his video he described how he had come in contact with a man known as Overhaul, which Ryuku mentioned Night Eye was investigating. He went on to tell of a Quirk erasing bullet, and how Overhaul wanted to use it to gain a place in the Templar Order. Izuku was able to get as much information as he could from Ryuku and his vigilante contacts. He found that Overhaul was the young head of the Yakuza gang, the Shai Hasaikai, and that he took over once his adoptive father fell into a coma. He had heard that Ryuku's agency was going to participate in a raid on the facility, but he didn't know why. He walked into the agency for his work study one day and asked her something while on patrol. Altair. Ryuku. Ryuku. Yes, Altair? Altair. During the raid. I would like to split off from you. Overhaul is trying to use those deleter rounds to become part the Templars, and if he has had contact with them, I need to see if I can find anything. Ryuku nodded. Ryuku. Go on ahead. Just don't let anyone see you, we don't know who we can trust. Izuku handed her a list of names. It included the group of vigilantes and Rock Lock, and a few more. Altair. These are my current recruits, they can be trusted. She nodded and they continued their patrol. A week later, Izuku's phone went off early in the morning, with a text telling him the raid was that day. He hopped out of bed and started putting on his hero gear. He was about to leave when Tomoko hugged him from behind. Tomoko. Be safe, alright? Izuku. Of course, Tomo. Don't forget about that little surprise I promised you a couple weeks ago. It's not done yet, so I need to come back. He gave her a quick kiss before putting his hood up and walking out of his room. He was met in the lobby by Mr. Aizawa, Uraraka, Tsu, and Kirishima. They walked out of the dorms and headed towards Night Eye's agency. Hours later, it was broad daylight, and a small army of heroes and cops were standing outside of the SH headquarters. The warrant was passed underneath the gate, and soon after, a giant man busted down the gate, and the raid started. Ryuku's agency quickly took action. Hato was slamming him with energy, Tsu was beating on him, Ryuku transformed and started pushing him down, and Izuku ran over, popped his blades, and sliced right through his Achilles tendons, making him fall to the ground. Ryuku agency will handle things here. The rest of you head inside. She looked down and nodded at Izuku, who followed the others. The only ones who knew of Izuku's plan were Aizawa, Rock Lock, and Ryuku. The 2 heroes slowed down to match his pace, hiding the boy from prying eyes. Once Night Eye opened the hidden entrance, and his sidekicks took care of some ambushers, he split from the group and went in a different direction. They went for Overhaul, he went for information. He made it to a small office-like room, he activated his eagle vision, and noticed a small oddity. One of the walls looked segmented. He started moving things around, before finally finding a switch, which opened a hidden door. When he walked in, all he found was a computer, and an incoming call. He clicked answer, and was met by a man in an elegant bird mask, not unlike the Shai Hasaikai members. If it isn't the man himself, Altair, or do you want me to call you the assassin? Oh, maybe Midoriya will do. Altair. Altair is fine. Templar. Oh, so you don't know about us. I guess Kano was more loose-lipped than we thought. But no matter, just call Minor Magistrate Crane. The way Crane said Nagant's name was like he was talking about an old toy, filled with nostalgic memories, not a person. Altair. I'm not alone, Crane, and you know that. My brotherhood will wipe you all out one day. Crane. Oh? And how will you do that? You're a hero, even underground heroes are still known. We've been around far longer than you. We're far more powerful. You can't work in the light to destroy us, Altair. Altair. Then we'll work in the dark, and serve the light. We'll be the silent protectors of freedom and free will. Crane just laughed. Crane. Well, good luck with that, my friend. See you later. Crane ended the call, and leaving Izuku with more questions than answers. Suddenly, a large crash was heard. The raid was getting increasingly destructive. The raid PT-2. Izuku ran out of the secret office and headed towards the crashing sound. Along the way he was met with multiple broken walls and columns coming out of the ground. When he reached the final area he found Lemillion, bleeding and unconscious. He ran over and applied bandages to the bleeding hero. As soon as he was done he walked through another hole in the wall and saw Ryuku and Tsu on the ground, keeping an impaled Night Eye stable. Izuku looked up through a hole in the roof, and watched as Uraraka fought off an enormous Overhaul with a small girl on her back. He used his eagle vision and saw Aizawa off to the side, pinned down by one of Overhaul's lackeys. He rushed over to see the white hood of Chrono sitting on Aizawa's back. Altair. Get off of him, Chrono, or you won't be leaving alive. Chrono. What kind of hero threatens with death? Altair. An assassin. Izuku pulled out his batons and popped the blades. Chrono shot his hair arrows towards him, but Izuku deflected them with the batons. He charged forward and plunged one of the blades into the villain's stomach. He fell backwards and Izuku bent over him. Altair. Rest in peace. He removed the man's mask as he took his last breath and closed his eyes. He walked over to Aizawa, picked him up, and carried him over to the others. Altair. Eraser recovered. Froppy. Get him topside. Karo, the girl's quirk is rewind. Achiko's gone 100%, so the quirk heals her rather than wipe her out, but I can feel it from here, it's getting stronger. Karo. Izuku nodded and ran towards the hole in the ceiling. He grabbed a rope dart from a pouch, threw it until it caught on something, and started climbing, after tying Aizawa on using the capture tool. By the time he made it up, the fight was over and Uraraka was standing in front of a defeated Overhaul, hair floating, glowing pink lightning dancing around her and coming from her eyes. Eri was also there on her back, and the energy coming from her horn was increasing. Uraraka then doubled over in pain. Clearly rewind was overpowering Uraraka's strength. Izuku lifted Aizawa's head, and the man activated Erasure, canceling both quirks. Aizawa. Go take care of Chisaki, he might have a medallion. He can't be allowed into Tartarus if he's useful to them. Izuku nodded and walked over to the tired villain. Overhaul. What do you want? I can't fight anymore, your business with me is done. Izuku pulled out a baton and nudged Overhaul's jacket, revealing a medallion. Altair. Maybe the hero's jobs are done, but mine isn't, Templar. Overhaul's eyes widened. Altair. That's right, I know what you are. That's why you're going to the morgue, not Tartarus. He popped his hidden blade and sent it into the man's neck, killing him. He closed his eyes. Altair. Rest in peace, you monster. He took the medallion and walked back over to Aizawa. Altair. You were right, though I have more information than just this medallion. We'll discuss more in a private area, away from prying eyes. Aizawa nodded and fell asleep. Izuku felt a massive amount of wind pressure as Ryuku flew out of the hole, Tsu and Night Eye on her back. She looked to Izuku, who just nodded and walked over to help with Night Eye. A few days after the raid, the small group, now calling themselves the Assassin Brotherhood, met up in an old warehouse owned by Nisa. They were stood in a circle around a table. Rock Lock was the first to speak up. Rock. So let me get this straight. Overhaul was already a Templar? What about the whole delete around buyout trick? Nagant. He might have inherited his spot from his adoptive father when he became head of the Shai Hasaikai. Izuku. Either way, he was important. Important enough that he was in repeated contact with this minor magistrate Crane guy. Nagant suddenly looked worried. Nagant? Crane made minor magistrate? He was dangerous enough as a branch officer, but minor magistrate. He could get away with almost anything. Aizawa. Which means he's a priority target. Kill on sight. Rock. Kill? We're heroes eraser. Aizawa. And part of the assassin brotherhood. If you can't kill, then you'll be stuck as surveillance. Are you okay with that? Rock. Yeah, I am. I'll help how I can, but I won't kill. Ryuku. I'm afraid I won't be there. I've spent too long controlling my strength in human form. I start killing, then the control could go right out the window. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Very well then. Anyone else opposed to killing, speak up now. No one made a sound. Izuku. Okay, meeting dismissed. Everyone started leaving, but Izuku held Tomoko back. Izuku. Not so fast, Tomo. That surprise I was making is done. Tomoko. Really? Izuku. Yeah, follow me. He led her to the back of the warehouse and over to a table covered in a tarp. Izuku. Take it off. Tomoko. Aiza, at least wait until we're back in the dorms. Izuku went red. Izuku. Tee the tarp. Tomoko. Oh. But you're definitely getting the other one later. Izuku looked away. Izuku. Shut up. Just take the damn tarp off, Tomo. She giggled and ripped the tarp off of the table to reveal her surprise. Tomoko. Oh my god! Aiza, thank you. On the table was a costume, much like her original. Izuku had added sleeves containing hidden blades. One had a grappling hook attachment, while the other held a phantom blade. Her cat ear headset was replaced by a deep yellow hood with cat ears on top. He had completely removed the paw gloves in favor for a fingerless left-hand glove, and a metal-plated glove on the right hand. She hugged him while jumping up and down. Tomoko. Thank you, why'd you do this? Izuku. To show the world that Ragdoll isn't gone, she was only getting better. Tomoko. And? Izuku. And to rub it in Tiger's face a little more. She giggled and gave him a kiss. Izuku walked over and packed the hero costume into a briefcase, and handed it to her. Izuku. I expect to see all 4 wild hussycats together again in a few days, Tomo. Actually, you should invite them over, even Tiger. Tomoko. Sounds great. Suddenly her face darkened. Tomoko. But what if they don't like us? Izuku. Then they'll just have to deal with it. We won't let them get in the way. She nodded and he gave her a kiss. They walked out of the warehouse and headed back to the dorms. Christmas special. Izuku awoke in his dorm room, noting the soft, falling snow outside his window. He looked to his side, finding his girlfriend Tomoko had already gotten up. He stood up and walked over to his closet to get dressed. It wasn't until he checked his phone that he remembered what day it was. It was Christmas. He hurriedly ran down to the common space to find Tomoko, Aizawa, and the rest of the class eating breakfast. He quickly joined them, grabbing a couple pancakes and breakfast sausages. He sat next to Tomoko and ate the delicious meal, savoring every delicious bite. After breakfast they headed over to the tree the class had set up, but before anyone could pick out their gifts, Togata appeared with Eri right behind him. The class awed at the girl's cute Santa suit and welcomed her inside. Uraraka gave her a gift she bought just for her, which turned out to be a candy apple kit. Then the gift exchange began. Izuku got his gift from Ida, who bought him a limited edition All Might figure, one Izuku couldn't get to before it sold out. When the exchange ended, everyone left the dorms to go home for holiday break and to spend Christmas with their families. Izuku and Tomoko went to the Midoriya apartment. Izuku even invited the Hussycats to join as he had bought presents for them, even Tiger. They were met at the door by a cheery Inko and All Might who let them in. Soon enough another knock was heard and the Hussycats entered the apartment. Mandalay and Pixie Bob were ecstatic that they were invited. Tiger was thankful, but still harbored anger towards the young assassin. Izuku gave everyone the presents he got for them. Inko got a new mixer for the kitchen, All Might was given a custom-made jacket to keep warm, Mandalay got a Mirko-themed hoodie, Pixie Bob received a cat-like set of pajamas and a ticket to a match-up event so she could finally get a boyfriend, and finally, Tiger received a camera. Tomoko told Izuku of his love of photography. They all thanked the boy, even Tiger did. The rest of the day went on with joyful laughs being shared and stories of heroic deeds being told. Eventually the Hussycats had to leave. Tiger shook Izuku's hand as he left, a temporary holiday truce. Inko then started on dinner. It was amazing, bigger than ever since All Might was still technically being paid as a hero. They ate dinner and left the table empty, all four of them stuffed. Izuku and Tomoko decided to stay for a few days, so they went to Izuku's old bedroom after cleaning up and talking for a few hours. They got in bed and snuggled up to each other, Christmas cheer still tinting their cheeks in happiness and excitement. Ragdoll's re-debut. Kamui Woods was fighting in the middle of the city, and he was losing. Ordinarily Empty Lady would show up, but she had been sick for the past week, leaving only him in their agency. He had been able to rely on temporary sidekick transfers for the week, but this day was the one after they all went back to their original agencies. The fight, battle at this point, had been going on since noon, and now it was nearly 5 p.m. There was only 3 villains left, but Kamui was tired. He wasn't built for prolonged fights with multiple opponents. He was about to swing at the villains in front of him when he felt something swinging to his back. One had woken up and the others would follow suit. He looked up from the ground, mask cracking, wood on his arms receding to its normal state. He was about to resign himself to his fate, and closed his eyes when he heard something, 2 thumps, like 2 bodies hit the pavement. He looked up once more to find he was wrong. Instead of 2, 4 of the villains were laid out on the ground, bleeding from their necks. Standing above them were 2 people. One was a teenager Kamui recognized as the popular UA student Izuku Midoriya, aka Altair. The other looked familiar. They were clearly wearing a hero costume, but he couldn't figure out why it was so familiar. It was made up of a yellow skirt, yellow boots, a long-sleeved yellow shirt, a hood with cat ears, and yellow gloves, one covered in metal. Altair. Wasn't too hard, was it? Not at all. I think your training really paid off. This metal glove you gave me feels so lightweight too. I'd never have guessed it could hurt people so much if you didn't have knees to get those ballistics dummies. The yellow one bent down and helped Kamui stand. You don't look too well. Izu, we should get him to the hospital. The police are already on their way to arrest these guys, though I guess these 4 won't be going to jail. Kamui, weakly. Who are you? You mean you don't recognize me? I'm pretty sure my face was on TV for a while about being kidnapped. It's me, Ragdoll, of course. Now let's get you to the hospital. Kamui wa. He felt something prick his neck. When he looked over, he saw Altair taking a dart out, then everything went dark. Ragdoll. What was that for Izu? Altair. It's Altair while we're working Tomo. And I don't feel like explaining the past few months to him. Ragdoll. It's Ragdoll while we're working Altair. He sent her a quick glare and sighed as an ambulance drove up to them. He helped her and the paramedics get the wood hero inside. Altair got a call as the ambulance drove off. He pulled out his phone, lowering his hood to reveal his green hair, noticed the caller ID said Sosaki, and answered. Izuku. Hello Sosaki, what's up? Sosaki. Don't what's up me, I just looked at the news and I see you in Tomoko, in a new hero suit, kill 4 criminals. Izuku. So? She's Quirkless now and you remember why I kill, so she's got an even better reason than me. Shino. That's not why I'm calling Midoriya. Izuku. Then what is? Shino. It's Chatora, he's heading for UA, me and Tsuchikawa are right behind him, hurry to the dorms please. I'll call Aizawa right after this to tell him. With that she hung up. Ragdoll took off her hood, letting her long green hair flow down her back. Tomoko. What did Shino want Izu? Izuku. Katara's on his way to the dorms, he saw us on the news, we need get there before him. Sosaki and Tsuchikawa are following him. She nodded and they took off, running along the rooftops to get there faster. Izuku noticed how well she had improved in traversing the cities. Her general acrobatic skill and quick thinking were already up to par since she mainly worked in the wilderness. But Izuku did have to teach her to recognize what she could and couldn't climb on in the city. Her combat skills had been the biggest change. Since she was mainly rescue, she never saw much fighting, so to see her go from semi-coordinated kicks and punches to handling weapons like she was born with them was a nice surprise. She was the first of many assassins he would train. It took them half an hour to get to the dorms. They quickly ran inside and over to their room they were sharing to change into casual clothes. When they exited, Chatora, aka Tiger, was already sitting on one of the couches in the common space, with Sosaki, aka Mandalay, and Sachikawa, aka Pixie Bob, panting out of breath behind him. He had apparently left his car 3 blocks away from Yue and sprinted the rest of the way on foot. Aizawa was also there, keeping his eyes on the situation, preparing to step in on need be. Izuku and Tomoko sat down across from him on another couch. When they did so, he sat straight up and looked at Izuku with furious eyes. Izuku used eagle vision, and Chatora was red now, meaning he disliked Izuku on a level past heroes and villains, thus was personal now. Chatora. So it's true. The coward assassin really was brought in as a student by Yue. What do you go by, Bao again? Oh yeah, Altair. It's a good name, I'll admit, meaning the bird. Now. Yelling. How dare you corrupt Tomoko with your wicked beliefs? The Tomoko I know would never kill. Tomoko. Calm down, Chatora. Aiza didn't corrupt me. He didn't show me the light or anything. He showed me what it's like to be a combat-oriented hero without a combat quirk. All he can do is see through walls, and since search was taken I can't do anything special. My only use on the wild Hussycats was to use my quirk to find people easier. Now that that's gone, I would be stuck as backup support. I know you guys would want me out there, but I'd just be dead weight without search. Izuku. And to add on to that, she asked me to do this. She wanted me to teach her. Trust me when I say I was surprised too. Chatora slammed his fist onto the table, which caused Aizawa to restrain him. Aizawa. Back off, he's right, Shiretoko asked him. I oversaw her training myself. So you can either accept that and apologize, or leave now. He let the man go, and Chatora stood up and walked out of the building. Sosaki and Sachikawa apologized for his actions and left too. Nothing else happened that night. One bird-masked figure was watching a news clip, phone up to his ear, frown hidden under his mask. Crane. Yes, you heard me correctly, Grand Master. Our little pest infestation is growing. Soon I believe it will be out of control. We must bring Yue to its knees one way or another. I'll leave that to you though, these deleter rounds don't replicate themselves. May the Father of Understanding guide us. Crane no more. One Saturday morning Izuku and Tomoko were walking down to the common space. When they got there Aizawa had the residential of the class sat at the couches. Aizawa. Ah, Midoriya, Shiretoko, glad you two decided to join us. Have a seat so I can continue. They both nodded and sat on the floor as the couches were full. Aizawa. Now, as I was saying, the UA Cultural Festival is next month. The sports festival is for the hero courses to show off, this is for everyone else, though just like the sports festival, you will also be participating. Figure out what you want to do by the end of the day. With that said, he left to do whatever he does, probably sleep. The class then started talking about what they wanted to do. Izuku. I'm fine with whatever you guys pick. Ryuku wants me and Tsu in today. Tsu. Yeah, tell us how we can help when we get back. Kero. Tomoko. I'll join you too. A few hours later, Altair, Froppy, Nijire-chan, Ryuku, and Ragdoll were standing on a roof overlooking another warehouse, this time a weapons deal going down. Altair. Why are there so many of these things unguarded? Ryuku. No one could really be bothered to guard random products. Besides that, only one other reason could come to mind. Izuku and Tomoko nodded, understanding her observation. The Templars would use them, leaving them unguarded so they could work in the underworld. Nijire-chan. What's that reason, Ryuku? Ryuku. Nothing to concern yourself with. Altair, how many we looking at? Izuku activated Eagle Vision and looked at the warehouse, noticing 3 gold silhouettes, one a mass of weapon crates, the other 2 humanoid. Altair. 20 guards, 50 participants. 3 targets, 1 is the weapons, the other 2 appear to be men. Whispering. Most likely low to mid-ranking Templars. The other 2 assassins nodded, once again leaving the other students in the dark. Altair then spied a new gold silhouette, one in a bird mask. Altair. Hold on. Crane's here. Most likely with some of the deleter rounds Overhaul sent him. We need to be careful. Froppy. Who's Crane? Ragdoll. A very dangerous man. His quirk is unknown, but he was able to command Overhaul. Altair. You guys should let me and Ragdoll go first and take him down. We'll radio in after. Ryuku. Do your best, Altair, you too, Ragdoll. They nodded and jumped off the roof. Ragdoll used her grappling hook to reach the warehouse roof as Izuku made his way to a side door. Ragdoll. You ready? Altair. As I'll ever be. Let's get this bastard. He heard her grunt from the other end and they both entered. Izuku immediately found his way up to the rafters. He was about to move when he saw Crane scanning the rafters, so he climbed back down. Altair. Get down, Crane already suspects we're here and is searching the rafters. He noticed her climb down across the warehouse. They started making their way through, killing guards in their way. Eventually Altair made it near the stage, but he wouldn't be able to make it without being seen, which would give Crane an opportunity to run or fight. Ragdoll. Altair, I'll cause a distraction, then Run can rush him. Altair. Got it, go ahead. He then heard a loud noise and saw one of the shelves tip over, starting a domino effect. Once the guards were distracted, Izuku sprinted for Crane, but it wouldn't be so simple. Crane turned and used his quirk, causing a blade to emerge from his hand. He thrusted it at Altair, making him have to dodge. Altair stood up straight, and the two looked each other in the eyes. Ragdoll. Ryuku, get in here, things have gone sour, but leave Crane to Altair. Ryuku, right? Soon after Ryuku, Froppy, and Nijire-chan came through, then Crane started to talk. Crane. I had a feeling you would show yourself assassin. A weapons deal in Ryuku's district? That's not something you could pass up. Altair. Talking won't save you, Crane. Crane. Oh, I know. I know I'm dying here. Between you and your little student, there's nowhere to go. But my appearance here in Alking has allowed my shipments of deleter rounds to safely depart and make their ways to my fellow agents. Altair. Damn you, Crane. You won't be that last of your order to fall. Crane. I don't doubt it. But you will never bring us down. We will live on. Altair charged at Crane, batons out with blades extended. He swung one at Crane, who parried with his blade. He then sent the other through the man's leg, sending Crane to the ground. In a swift motion, Altair activated his hidden blade and sliced Crane's throat. The Templar collapsed, taking his last breath. Altair bent down, closed his eyes, and took his Templar medallion. He clicked on his radio. Altair. Crane neutralized. How's the rest going? Ragdoll. 2 other human targets have been taken care of. Froppy. Weapon crates are secure. Kero. Ryuku. Sounds like a success. The police will be here shortly. Good job, everyone. They met up outside. When the police showed up, the officer from the raid on the human trafficking ring walked up to Altair and Ragdoll. P.O. Thanks again, Altair. And Ragdoll, it's good to see you back in action, even if it's as a lethal hero. Keep up the good work. I'm sure that Gildorn girl will love seeing another story of you on the news, Altair. Altair removed his hood and chuckled. Izuku. I hope she does. I hope to keep inspiring her and others like her, those with nearly useless or just quality of life quirks, to become heroes. Not all of them should become lethal like me, though. The officer laughed. P.O. If they do, they'll put the police force out of service. The 3 of them shared a laugh. The officer went back to helping arrest the criminals left alive. Ryuku dismissed the students, so they went back to their respective dorm buildings. When they got back, they changed into more casual clothes and met up with the class. Tsu, figure anything out for the festival? Kero. Gyru. Yeah. We're doing a concert. Izuku. Sounds good. Ashido. And you two are on the dance team. Tomoko. That's gonna be fun to watch you're great at dancing, Izu. Izuku. Alright. Let's do this. Cultural Festival. A month had passed since Crane was eliminated. The Templars were laying low, which wasn't surprising as one of their higher-ranking members had been killed. This development allowed the Assassin Brotherhood some downtime, though for Ryuku and Rocklock it just meant less things to look out for. But for Izuku, Tomoko, Aizawa, and Tsutsumi, they got to help and participate in the UA Cultural Festival. Izuku and Tomoko walked down the stairs and into the common space to find an interesting sight. Tsutsumi was eating breakfast, with the barrel of her rifle stuck down Minetta's throat. Izuku. You! What happened? She looked at the new arrivals with a smile on her face. Tsutsumi. Oh, nothing much, just caught this guy trying to sneak into the girls' showers while a few were inside. Izuku. Okay. Tomoko. I think he passed out. She turned around to see she was right, the boy was unconscious. Tsutsumi. Oh, whoops. She took her rifle out of his mouth and shifted it back into her arm. Tsutsumi. Anyway, you two ready for the festival today? Izuku. As we'll ever be. Apparently the Hussycats are coming too. Tsutsumi. Yeesh, hope Tiger doesn't pull anything. Tomoko. Chatora shouldn't, at least I don't think so. Izuku gripped her hand. Izuku. We'll see. Now we should get going, it's 9 already, the concert starts at 10. She nodded and they left, heading towards Gym Gamma where the concert would be held. When they arrived they noticed Uraraka wasn't there. Izuku walked over to Ida who was trying to ensure everything was on schedule. Izuku. Hey Ida. The blue-haired boy turned to face him. Ida. Midoriya, nice to see you and Shiretoko are finally awake, what can I do for you? Izuku. Where's Uraraka? Ida. She had to run to the store, but she'll be back on time. Izuku nodded and walked towards the dance team with Tomoko to rehearse. Later Izuku and Tomoko were standing backstage with the rest of the class, waiting for Uraraka to get back. Some were getting worried. Tsu, are you sure Achiko's okay? Maybe she got attacked. Kero. As many other similar thoughts were passed around, Izuku used eagle vision and saw a green silhouette running towards the door. He walked over and opened it, letting Uraraka run inside. She looked a little banged up, but it wasn't anything the crowd would notice. Tomoko ran over and pulled one of the dancer's shirts over the girl's head. Tomoko. Get changed fast. Go. She nodded and ran around the corner, appearing a minute later with the full outfit on. Uraraka. Let's do this. They all cheered in excitement. They then heard people start filing into the gym. They waited for the noise to stop before the band crew walked out to their instruments, special effects crew got to their positions, and the dance crew went to their starting places. As the concert ended, Izuku looked put into the crowd with eagle vision, seeing two red silhouettes. One was clearly Tiger, but he didn't recognize the other one. He brought his hand up to his ear, using the comms Niza set up for the Assassin Brotherhood. Izuku. Possible Templar in the concert crowd. Looks to be a woman, on the shorter side, red hair up in a bun. Aizawa. I see her, moving in to investigate. Izuku watched as Aizawa swiftly moved through the crowd. The hood he added to his hero costume remained down and hidden by his capture tool. He tapped on her shoulder and led her away. Class 1A then began clean up, mostly just getting rid of the ice Todoroki created. Izuku and Tomoko heard Aizawa's voice once again. Aizawa. Templar neutralized. Assassin called in to pick up medallion. Izuku. Good. The comms then clicked off and Izuku continued cleaning, but he noticed Gyru and Shoji looking at him weirdly. Once they were done cleaning they pulled him aside. Izuku. What is it? Gyru. What's going on, Midoriya? What's a Templar? Shoji. What did Mr. Aizawa do with that woman? Izuku. You two really want to know? They nodded and Izuku activated his comms. Izuku. Gyru and Shoji heard me. bringing them to UA Bureau. He heard a few grunts of acknowledgement, and motioned for his two classmates to follow him. Tomoko soon joined them. He led them into the dorm building and over to the secret entrance, revealing a staircase. They looked at him and Tomoko confused but followed anyway, jumping as the entrance slammed shut behind them. After a few flights of stairs and a long hallway, they came upon a concrete room with a large table in the middle. After taking a closer look, they noticed a map of Japan on the table with multiple places circled and others stabbed through with knives. Izuku. Roll call Eraserhead, Nizu, Lady Nagant, Ragdoll, Blue Horn, Dark Enigma, Ryuku, Rocklock. As he said the names, two of which Jairu and Shoji recognized as the names of two vigilantes neither the police or heroes could catch, each person minus Ryuku walked out from another room. Aizawa. Everyone but Ryuku is here and accounted for Mito. Sorry, Mentor Altair. She had to aid Kamui Woods with his patrol. Izuku. That's fine. For now, these two have become partially aware of the Templars. Rock. How? Izuku. Their enhanced hearing allowed them to overhear me telling Eraser about the Templar in the concert crowd. Nizu. Well, this is quite the development. What do you plan to do? Izuku. Tell them, what happens after that is up to them. Jairu. Ahem, we're still here. Tsutsumi. I just wish we didn't have to drag anyone else this young into this. Izuku. To stop them and ensure freedom, we need all the help we can get, besides, like I said, it's up to them. Now come here, you two. Nagant, if you could. She nodded and brought them to the side as Izuku took the medallion from Aizawa and took the one from Overhaul from the table, handing them to the vigilantes. Izuku. I suggest looking through these as soon as possible. Crane's death has spooked the Templars, so they're laying low, but still use caution. They nodded and left. Izuku then walked over Rocklock. Izuku. Any news? Rocklock shook his head. Rock. No. As far as I can tell, they're sitting back and strategizing on how to take us down. Jairu. What? Izuku. And there we go. He turned and walked over to where Nagant took Jairu and Shoji. Izuku. How far did you get? Tsutsumi. Pretty far, actually. I made it to the HPSC being the Templars. Izuku. Figured it would have been sooner. Tsutsumi chuckled and Izuku's classmates looked at him in surprise. Shoji then spoke up. Shoji. So this little group here is fighting these Templars. What happened to the woman? Izuku. Same thing that happened to Crane, Overhaul, and every other Templar we've come across. She's been taken off the board. No longer a piece the Templars can put into play. Jairu. You kill them? Izuku nodded. Izuku. Tartarus is run by the Templars. Anyone deemed useful put in there is put to use. Other than that, we can't just let them go. But now that you know, what will you do? Shoji. What are our choices, Midoriya? Izuku. Walk away with the knowledge, pretend this never happened, join us as surveillance operatives, or join us as field operatives and be prepared to kill. Jairu. That's not a lot of room you're giving us. She then paused for a minute before speaking again. Jairu. I want in. If it means giving the world freedom and ensuring free will, I'll kill. Izuku then looked to Shoji. Shoji. I'm sorry, but I just can't take a life. I'll be surveillance. Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku. You have nothing to be sorry for. Both Rocklock and Ryuku are surveillance, they don't kill either. Now let's go, we have a festival to enjoy. They nodded and stood up as Izuku dismissed the other assassins. He led them back out to the surface, and they had fun for the rest of the day. Joint Training PT-1. Izuku, Tomoko, Jairu, and Nizu were in the underground training area Nizu had made for the Brotherhood. Izuku and Tomoko were overseeing Jairu's training while Nizu was in a control booth to move around training dummies. She wasn't the best, but with the month's worth of training she'd been through had made her an impressive fighter. Tomoko. When do you think we could give her blades? Izuku. Soon. But she still needs to refine her movements first. She nodded but then posed a question. Tomoko. How come I was barely trained for a month before you gave me my blades? Izuku. Because you already had your hero training and your experience in the forest meant your skills in navigating areas just needed to be brought to city standards. You also took to the combat training a lot easier than Jiraiya is. She reached over and grasped his hand. Tomoko, can you promise me something, Izuku? He turned to her and grabbed her other hand. Izuku, what is it? Tomoko, I know this assassin's brotherhood is important, but it's very dangerous. I know that's what we both signed up for considering we're both public heroes now, but I want you to promise that you'll try your hardest to come back to us, to me. Izuku placed his forehead on hers. Izuku, I promise, Tomoko. The door then opened and Aizawa walked inside. Izuku and Tomoko separated as he walked over. Izuku, brotherhood or school? Aizawa, school. Izuku, what's going on, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa, us and 1B are going to have a joint training session. Get Jiraiya and come to ground Gamma in your hero suits. Izuku nodded and Aizawa left. Izuku walked over to the balcony he was on before and signaled Niza to end the training session, then he called down to Jiraiya. Izuku yelling, Jiraiya, we got hero class. She gave him a thumbs up and walked towards the exit. Tomoko, this could be a good test for her. The joint training thing. Izuku, yeah, hopefully she'll be ready. He then heard a stifled laugh come from Tomoko. He looked at her and saw she was trying not to. Izuku, what's so funny? His confusion made her burst out laughing and it took a minute for her to calm down. Tomoko, oh, I'm sorry, Aizu. It's just that you get so serious sometimes and that look doesn't look right on your face. Izuku, well, someone as cute as you doesn't look like she'd be a killer, but here we are. She giggled and kissed his cheek. Tomoko, now come on, you have a training session to get to. Izuku smiled and nodded, following her to the dorms through the underground tunnels. Izuku and the rest of the hero students were standing on the main platform just outside Ground Gamma, their teachers in front of them. Aizawa and Vlad had just finished explaining they would be fighting in teams of 4. Vlad, any questions? Monoma raised his hand. Vlad, yes? Monoma, why is Mississippi Ragdoll here? She's quirkless, so shouldn't she be in an observation room instead? Before Vlad could answer, Izuku spoke up. Izuku, quirk or not, she is a very powerful fighter. All her quirk did was let her find people and help train, so everything else she did was all her own skill. Monoma, what are you implying, 1A scum? Izuku, that Tomoko Shiretoko could beat you in a fight. She's trained with me to take down villains who use their quirks with just our hand-to-hand skills and our weapons. Monoma marched over and somehow dodged the neck chop Kendo threw at him for once. He picked Izuku up by his suit's collar. Monoma, say that again. Izuku stayed silent as he used his legs to kick Monoma back. Before the blonde boy could do anything, a blade whizzed by his head. When he looked up, he saw Izuku pointing his arm at him. Izuku, she's on par with me. If you were a villain, you'd be dead. A small snort from Bakugo was heard as Monoma ran back to his class. Izuku walked over to the blade and pulled it from the ground before inspecting it and reloading it back into his phantom blade. He then turned back to the 2 teachers. Izuku, sorry about that, please continue. As the 2 teachers then began answering more questions, Izuku used his eagle vision once more to find something he didn't expect. Both Monoma and Rin were red. They suddenly locked eyes with Izuku, who mouthed something that made their blood run cold. Izuku Templars. Tomoko and Aizawa caught this as well and started paying more attention to the 2. This training session would be quite fun for the assassins. Joint Training PT2. The training session was going great, by the assassin standards at least. Shoji had been able to take Rin's medallion during his match. Now it was the last match of the day. Vlad, last match the A team will be Izuku Midoriya, Mina Ashido, Achiko Uraraka, and Minoru Mineta. Aizawa, Team B will consist of Nito Monoma, Reiko Yanagu, Hitoshi Shinso, Nairenjiki Shota, and Yui Kodai. Get in position. Izuku walked with his classmates while simultaneously eyeing Monoma. Once they reached their starting positions, they were given a few minutes to make a plan. Ashido, Midoriya, any ideas? Izuku put his hand to his chin for a second before answering. Izuku, not really, but this team will be hard to fight. Kodai's size quirk can make it so Yanagi can control countless items, then Shota's twin impact can make them unpredictable as Kodai changes them back to full size. Lastly, Monoma can double the strategy by copying their quirks. I suggest allowing me to deal with Monoma, other than that I have no clue. Uraraka. Well, at least we know a probable strategy. Izuku shook his head. Izuku. It's the only strategy they could use. Actually, I have one of my own. Mineta. Mineta. Yeah? Izuku. Throw as many of your balls as possible. Mineta looked at him confused. Mineta. Why? Izuku. Simple, your gunna are unpredictable projectile. Uraraka. She nodded. Izuku. Make something weightless for Mineta to use as a shield. Uraraka nodded once more and started looking around. Ashido. And me? Izuku. Your job is to dissolve as many of their objects as possible and aid in both fighting and defending Mineta. She nodded as Uraraka came back with a large chunk of broken pipe. Izuku. Good, you'll help fight against Shinso, okay? Remember to not talk to him. Uraraka. Got it. This plan got a name? Izuku smiled and chuckled. Izuku. Yes, it does. Operation Perverted Pinball is a go. Then the buzzer sounded for the match to start. Monoma's team had been setting up their strategy for a few minutes after the match started. They were getting increasingly cautious and paranoid since they hadn't seen the other team yet. Shinso. Do they usually take this long? Kodai. No, at least not when I've talked to them. Monoma. These 1A freaks are getting on my nerves. Shinso. Yeah, I'm not joining this class. Shota. Don't blame you, wish I had a choice. Just then a barrage of purple balls started falling from above them. They started to avoid them and set off their objects, only for them to be dissolved. They looked up to see Mineta and Ashido. Suddenly a pink trail of lightning blitzed past many of their objects and kicked Shinso away. Before Monoma could do anything, he was grabbed and dragged away, a hand over his mouth to stop him from yelling out. Before he and his captor rounded the corner, the last thing he saw was Mineta bouncing around and Ashido protecting him. Back at the platform, the two classes were watching the fight. Jiru. Whoa, that was sick. Look at Mineta go. Zero. Yeah, he may be a bit too much of a perv, but you gotta admit, his fighting ability almost makes up for it. Tetsu. They don't stand a chance. Kendo. Sure they do. I may have pride and respect for our class, but Uraraka's speed, Mineta's unpredictability, Ashido's agility, and Midoriya's mind are a powerful team. Monoma's arrogance is what might cause our class downfall in this match. Speaking of which, where is he? Kaminari. Oh, you didn't see? Midoriya dragged him away when the fighting started. Yaoyorozu. Smart. He's isolating Monoma, whose biggest strength is also his weakness. He needs others. He's simultaneously 1B's strongest and weakest member. Kendo. Wow, too bad Midoriya's in your class. Tokage. Yeah, he's smart and cute, come on. 1A all shared a collective chuckle. Tsu. Karo, even if he was, he still wouldn't have gotten with you, Tokage. Tokage. Why not? Tsu. He's seeing someone, and even if we wanted to, they were gonna end up together, at least from my point of view. Karo. Tokage ran over. Tokage. Who? Tsu. Not telling. Tokage groaned but turned around and resumed watching the match. Joint Training PT3. In small, isolated area, away from the fighting of their teammates, were Izuku and Monoma. Izuku threw him against a wall of metal pipes and immediately lunged at him once more. He activated his hidden blade and pressed the tip to Monoma's throat. Monoma. Wait, don't you want to be a hero? Izuku. Freedom and free will are far more important to me than a job or title. You will tell me everything you know or I slit your throat here. Monoma stayed quiet for a little longer than Izuku had apparently liked, cause he was slammed into the pipes again. Izuku. Tell me now, Templar. Monoma. Fine, just back up. Izuku. Fine. He retracted his blade and took a few steps back. Monoma stood there. Monoma. What do you want to know? Izuku. Names, locations, businesses, everything. But before that, why? Why are you a Templar? All your kind want is to control and manipulate, but you're a hero student. Why? Monoma adjusted his collar, clearly a nervous habit he picked up somewhere. Monoma. Let's see. As you know, not every hero is actually a Templar. In fact, most are the kind of scum who wish for free will, or peace through love. The only way for true peace to happen is control. I'm becoming a hero to ensure those are either found and killed, or converted. Izuku hated the grin on the boy's face. It told him everything Monoma was hiding about himself. While he was mostly genuine, his true nature was much more elegant. He had been trained before UA. He could easily kill many of the first and second years without breaking a sweat. Dodging Kendo's chop earlier was just a small slip-up, though the others most likely saw it as luck. Izuku. In your twisted belief system, that almost makes sense. Monoma, yelling. What did you say? He lunged at Izuku, who just smirked. Izuku met him halfway and put his hidden blade to the boy's throat once more. Monoma then heard a chuckle come from Izuku. Monoma. What's so funny? Izuku. Oh, nothing. Just that even with all your training, one small bout of anger takes it all away, leaving you more open than an abandoned kitten. And since you've been trusted with this task, that means that you're important. The other Templar heroes are for public image and damage control, but you're for expansion. Izuku's other hand reached into Monoma's hero's suit and ripped out the medallion. Then Monoma chuckled. Monoma. You really should be more careful, Altair. Izuku then felt multiple, strong impacts all over his body. He was also sent backwards several feet/meters. Monoma. How'd twin impact feel? Izuku. Ugh, not go. He froze, but not intentionally. Izuku was confused for a second before figuring it out. Izuku, damn it. Of course he would have copied brainwash. You're an idiot, Izuku. Monoma. Now, as much as I'd love to kill you here, I know many of your allies are here and could kill me easily. Maybe that hit Shiretoko wouldn't be that much trouble, she is quirkless after all. Good thing All for One took it, it's dangerous in your hands. Izuku, leave her alone. Monoma. Well, either way, I'll let you live for now, scum. With that he walked away, apparently forgetting his medallion. After a few minutes a loud buzzer was heard as well as Aizawa's voice. Aizawa. Team wins, all opponents have been jailed. Please return to the main platform. Even 5 minutes later and Monoma had not released him. Izuku was beginning to worry. While yes, he was alive, he was trapped there, meaning Monoma could be doing anything unchecked. Gyro had her jacks plugged into nearby pipes to listen for any signs of life. Tomoko was running through the factory-like area searching, and Tsutsumi was stood at the highest point surveying the area. Izuku hadn't been seen since he dragged Monoma away, and they were worried. But it was almost dark, the maze of pipes was too expensive for them. Tomoko. Anything, Gyro? Gyro. No, north, wait, I hear breathing. Northwest, near the edge, that's all I can get. Tsutsumi. I'll go look. Get over there as fast as you can, you too. Tomoko and Gyro grunted affirmations and began running towards where he was. It took a few minutes, but Tsutsumi was able to find Izuku, still in the position he was in hours ago. Tsutsumi. I found him. Get here. She then walked over to him and crouched in front of him. She noticed his eyes were closed, meaning he had fallen asleep. Then Tomoko and Gyro made it to the little area. Tsutsumi. You're here, good. Either of you know how to snap him out of it? Gyro. A big enough disruption should do it. According to Ojiro, back at the sports festival it took something like bumping shoulders. But since he's gotten stronger, you might want to slap him. The purple-haired woman smiled and nodded. Tsutsumi. Sorry, mentor, but this is for your own good. She then wound up, extended her barrel from her elbow, and hit him as hard as she could. He fell to his side and rubbed his cheek. He then sat up and looked at the three. Izuku. Oh, thank God you're all okay. Tomoko. Why wouldn't we be? Izuku. He's dangerous. He knows what he's doing. He let me live for a reason. Our next target is whoever is ordering Monoma around. He then pulled out the medallion he took. Izuku. And we'll start with this. Split. It had been just a few hours since Izuku was found, but every assassin was already at the UA bureau, standing in the map room. Izuku then walked in, still wearing his hero's suit. He then looked around the room at his comrades and recruits. Izuku. This one's personal. I'll be the one to view it. Aizawa. Understood. But where will you go? Nizu. I have a suggestion. They all turned to look at the small rodent. Nizu. Got to the Hussycats forest, it's well isolated. A signal may not reach the Templars. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Good idea. Alright, I have a plan. I go to the forest alone. Eraserhead, Nizu, and Rocklock protect Ragdoll. Tomoko. I don't need protection, Izuku. Izuku. I know, but we don't know the extent of Monoma's skills. It's a safety precaution. The rest of you watch the UA perimeter for possible Templar backup for Monoma. Nagant, I want you on top of UA and keep any advances in check. Nagant. I know you said the kid's important, but is he really this important? What about Rin? Izuku. From what Shoji gathered, Rin wasn't sure what was going on. He was most likely just some fresh recruit Monoma converted recently. And yes, he is that important. His job was to infiltrate the lower ranks of heroes and either convert or kill them silently. Nagant. Like me. Izuku nodded. Izuku. I'll be going. Ryuku, you handle Rin's medallion. The hero nodded and took it from Shoji, who still had it. Then her and Izuku walked out of the room, leaving the others to go along with his orders. Izuku was sitting in a small clearing with the medallion in front of him. He used his eagle vision to scan the area, not finding anyone in his sight. He then turned his attention back to the medallion on the ground. He reached over and pressed the hidden button, then a holographic projection of Monoma in his dorm room appeared. Monoma. October 2nd. I, Nito Monoma, have begun my long quest. I have already converted one of my classmates, Hiryu Rin. My next targets are Toguro Kamakiri and Kozai Tsubiraba. However, it seems that the rest of my class will not be able to be converted as they all seem too invested in being heroes and helping others. Similarly, all of 1A is impossible. The students of UA are as pure as I thought, though my current targets are strong in their own rights. Izuku was getting frustrated. Not only was he not getting what he wanted, but Monoma was already planning to bring more people into the fight. People 1A considered friends. Monoma. That is all, branch leader Inu. Then the recording cut out, indicating that it was over. Izuku picked up the medallion and put it in one of his pouches. He was about to walk away, back towards the road, when he decided to use his eagle vision, and saw a large number of red silhouettes in the tree line. He sighed and reached up to his comlink. Izuku. Altair to UA, I have a large amount of Templars in the Hussycats forest. Ryuku. I have some here as well, they appeared just after the recording ended. How's UA? Tsutsumi. Unnervingly quiet. I'll radio if anything comes up. Bluehorn, go to the south. Dark Enigma, check the evacuation tunnels. Two grunts of agreement were heard as Izuku looked back to the growing crowd of enemies. Izuku loudly. Come out, don't make me call the Hussycats to get you themselves. Then a loud sound was heard, and Izuku instinctively ducked as a bullet whizzed over his head. The another was shot directly at him, but a wall of mud stopped it. Then a very dirty and tired Pixie Bob appeared next to Izuku. Tsuchikawa. Pant, they've been here for a day and a half. I don't know why, but I think you do. Sosaki and Chatora are somewhere in the forest. Izuku. Damn it. He then heard another gunshot from behind them, and pulled her down with him. He then aimed at the gunman, and fired his phantom blade, killing him. Izuku. We need to go, now. I can explain who they are once we're safe. She nodded, and he threw down a smoke bomb. Then they took off in the direction of the man Izuku killed. A few minutes later, and they came across a cliffside, one with some major dents in the rock, as if something large was hit into it with a lot of force. They stopped to rest but immediately jumped back up when they heard another noise. Rounding the corner were Mandalay and Tiger. Both had seen better days. Sachikawa. Oh, thank God you guys are okay. Sosaki. Yes, and you too. Why is Midoriya here? Izuku. I came for an important reason, though now I guess I'm stuck here until we clear out those Templars. Chatora. Now I know you're crazy. Templars? Never heard of them. Izuku groaned. Izuku. They're a secret society who work behind the scenes. Their goal is total control, and they're already so close to it. Chatora. And how would you know? Izuku. Because they control the Safety Commission. Hawks and many other heroes are Templars themselves. But that doesn't matter. All that does matter is that they're here. I can give you the history lesson at UA. He turned his radio back on but got nothing but static. Izuku. Damn it. My signal's being jammed. And it's a secure line too, they're smart. And Ryukyu's probably in the same boat too. Oh, and UA, I shouldn't have left. Sosaki. What's going on, Midoriya? Izuku yelling. I just walked all of my comrades into multiple traps, that's what I played right into their hands. Sosaki. But they were here before you were. Izuku. Exactly, they predicted this is where I'd go. They predicted I'd find their agents in UA. Crane's death was probably planned too. Yelling, damn it. Now isolated from his assassins, and them separated from each other, Izuku must figure out how to kill an army, without dying. And the other assassins might just be in the same boat. Limits met and surpassed. It was dark. Izuku and the Hussycats had been together for nearly 8 hours now, and it seemed their time would go on forever. They had managed to make it back to the agency, though not without trouble. Izuku was sure he had killed over 100 Templars at that point, his white hero gear now stained red, but they kept coming. Now they had barricaded themselves in the Hussycats' office. The Hussycats slumped down to the floor, exhausted, and Izuku was barely standing. Izuku. Damn it. This is in the center of your property. The signal jammer should have been here. Sosaki. Unless it's a quirk, not a jammer. Izuku. You're probably right. But there could be 1,000 of them out there. Izuku then grit his teeth in pain and fell to the floor, the adrenaline now wearing off. He took note of the multiple wounds he had accumulated. A few bullet holes in his legs, one in his shoulder. Slashes from blades along his arms and chest. There was even a stab wound through his hand where he had to block an attack. Sachikawa, Midoriya. She ran over to check him. He was now unconscious and very pale. His breathing wasn't too good either. Sachikawa. We need to get him fixed up now, he's lost a lot of blood and still losing more. Then Tiger walked over and picked him up. Chatora. I'm not letting him die until I get answers. To the infirmary. He opened the door and sprinted down the hall, passing surprised Templar soldiers which were quickly taken care of by the other 2 Hussycats. It wasn't long before they reached their medical room. Tiger set him down on a bed as Mandalay and Pixie Bob barricaded the door. They then started operating, stitching cuts, cleaning and wrapping bullet holes, and getting him set up with a blood bag. But one thing was known, his limit was met. Ryuku wasn't doing much better. Having taken the other medallion to an abandoned city, one damaged beyond repair a century ago, when the Quirkless rioted over whether people with quirks were even human. Though her choice of location left her wide open. They attacked just after Nrin's video ended, then she had attempted to run, but the rubble and still standing buildings left her attackers with cover, and her with none as she attempted to fly away. Now she was hiding in a building. One of her wings were damaged so she couldn't fly away even if she did transform again. Her signal was being jammed by someone, which she deduced as she hadn't yet found a jammer. Ryuku HM. There's only one shot of getting out of here alive. She thought about it, but she didn't want to do it. It could end her career, put an end to the practice she put in for 22 years of her life. She would have to kill to get out. Not just kill, but massacre the army that was coming for her, and the fact that she couldn't fly would make it worse for them. Just then, the already broken door of the room she was in was kicked down, and 10 soldiers ran inside. Then one walked up to her and pointed his barrel at her head. Soldier. End of the line, Ryuku. Or should I call you assassin? She chuckled lightly. Ryuku. It doesn't matter what you call me. Soldier. Oh? Then I'll just call you Dirt. Why doesn't it matter, Dirt? She then looked him in the eyes, her pupils as thin as they'd ever been. She was a hunter, her instincts always told her this, but she had always refused them until now. Now, she was embracing them, letting her lure this man into her trap. Ryuku. Because no one here will be left to tell of what you said. Soldier. Wah. In a blink of an eye, she was gone from her spot on the floor. The man felt a pain in his chest, and he heard a voice. Ryuku, whispering. Wounded and cornered animals are often the most dangerous. With that said, she removed her clawed hand from his chest, letting him crumple lifelessly to the floor. She shook her hand to get some of the blood off, then she looked up to the other 9. She smiled, though she would never admit it, and charged forward. She effortlessly used her claw-like nails to decapitate the first soldier. After that she moved on to the next, then the next, and the next. By the time the room was empty, her already red cheapao was stained a darker color. She then heard footsteps on the floor below her, to which she chuckled to. Ryuku. Oh, don't worry, I'll come to you. She then punched the floor. An abnormal amount of strength, even for her human form, allowed her to break the concrete. When the dust settled on the floor below, the Templars started running scared. She was standing on the of rubble, hands covered in blood, reptilian forked tongue licking some that got on her face. If one looked close enough, they would see what looked like an orange glow in her throat, and her previous wounds closing up like they never existed. Ryuku. Don't run, I'm just getting started. They kept running, to which she shrugged. Ryuku. Oh well. Tag was always my favorite. She had surpassed her own limits. Retrieval. Back at UA, nothing was happening, the gates were secure, no intruders had been detected, Monoma was under house arrest and his room was being guarded, and Tomoko was eating dinner in the dorms as safe as she could be. As far as anyone knew, Izuku and Ryuku were simply out of range. Nizu knew better, however. He knew their communication system inside and out. He had made it after all. They shouldn't have been out of range unless they left the country, which he knew wouldn't have happened. He clicked on his assassin comm. Nizu. Attention assassins. I believe something has gone wrong at both Ryukyu's and Mentor Altair's locations. Tsutsumi. Glad I'm not the only one. What do we do? Nizu. You need to stay here as a precaution. Me and Eraserhead will head out. You know how to run UA's systems if need be. Tomoko. I'm going too. Gets me away from UA for a little bit in case Monoma tries something. Nizu. Alright. We leave now. Aizawa. Okay, let's go. Izuku was stable, but still unconscious. The hussy cats were tired and hungry, but they couldn't rest for fear the Templars would break down the door. They each hoped the comrades Izuku spoke of would show up soon, or else there wouldn't be much of them left to find. Sachikawa. You know, this has been one interesting year for us. Sosaki let out an exhausted chuckle. Sosaki. It has, hasn't it? Chatora. Yes, it has. I just wish we said no to taking those kids this year. If we did, then none of this would have happened. Sosaki. No use dwelling on the past. What's done is done. Sachikawa. Even if we're the ones who are done for. Sosaki. Yeah, hold on. Why is it so quiet out there? The three stopped talking and listened. It was then they realized there was no sound. No voices, no footsteps, no pounding on the door, nothing. They looked at each and nodded, silently agreeing to peek outside. They stood up and removed the barricade. Mandalay then put her hand on the handle, and Tiger prepared to fight in case there wasn't soldiers outside. Mandalay then slowly opened the door for the hussy cats to see bodies. The soldiers were all dead, clearly not expecting what had come for them. The hussy cats then heard a familiar voice from down the hall. Tomoko. No, not in the office, I'm checking the infirmary now. They stared as she rounded the corner, modified hero suit with almost no blood on it. She turned off whatever earpiece she was talking into as she saw them. Tomoko. There you are. She jogged over to the door. Tomoko. I was so worried. Where's Izuku? Sosaki. He's in one off the beds. He's in really bad shape. Tomoko grew a worried look on her face as she rushed past them. It was then she noticed Izuku laying in bed, bandages hurriedly applied and blood bag giving him some of his lost blood supply back. Tomoko. What happened? Sachikawa. Nearly 2 days ago we were attacked. They didn't actively hunt us down but made sure we couldn't get in the agency. Then they left, spread themselves out. When I followed them was just barely able to save him from a bullet to the head. After that we met up with Sosaki and Chatora and came here. It was during the journey that he got hurt. Sosaki. Don't worry, he's stable. We just need to figure out how to get out of here. Aizawa. That won't be a problem. All but Tomoko spun around to see the tired man pull his hood down. Chatora. So you're one of them too now? Aizawa nodded. Aizawa. Yes. And there are no more Templars on the property. Me and Ragdoll took care of them. With that said, Aizawa, Tomoko, and the hussy cats left the agency and forest, Tomoko carrying Izuku back to the car they used to get there. Nizu walked into a bloodbath. The moment he got close to a building he could smell the scent of fresh blood. He was worried it might be Ryuku's. Oh, how wrong he was. He entered the building with the largest amount of the scent, and took a step back when he entered the first room. There were bodies, Templar bodies, strewn about like they were tossed like toys. He took note of the fact some of them seemed to be missing parts of their bodies. He also noticed there was a stronger scent in the stairwell, telling him it only got worse. What he didn't smell was Ryuku, so he went on to the next building. This one was clean, though he could hear someone letting out scared whimpers in a room nearby. He entered to see a Templar soldier sitting in a corner. Nizu. You, Templar, what happened here? Soldier. As she's gone cc crazy. Nizu. Who? Soldier. Our Ryuku I've never seen her like that. I think her quirk awakened. Nizu hummed in though for a second before approaching the man. He then activated his own hidden blade and killed the man there. Nizu. Now to find Ryuku. It wouldn't take long to find her. He stepped out of the building to her. A loud crash come from a higher floor on another nearby building. He looked to where it came from to find both glass and multiple men falling, and a torrent of flames burst out of the window that broke. Nizu. Interesting. Once they stooped, he noticed Ryuku appear at the window. Ryuku, yelling, Is there anyone else who can fight? If so, then bring it. Nizu sighed and walked towards the building. It took a couple minutes, but he reached the room she was in eventually. She spoke once he opened the door, but she didn't turn around. Ryuku. Oh? Someone else wants to play? Nizu. Not being very subtle today, are we? She turned around to look at him, though it was Nizu who was paying attention to her. He noticed her eyes, scales had appeared around them. He noticed her mouth, teeth sharp as ever, forked tongue flicking out every so often, and blood caked around it hinting at a darker habit having formed. He noticed her chest, even through her chipao an orange glow could be seen. He noticed her hands, her nails had grown and now resembles actual claws. Ryuku. Oh, it's just you Nizu. Want to help? Nizu shook his head. Nizu. There's nothing to help with, you've already killed them all. Ryuku. I smell blood on your blade. Nizu. Ah, yes. He was very scared, you know, so scared he told me what I asked immediately. I then put him out his misery. Ryuku. What was he scared of? Nizu. You, and from what I can see rightfully so. You've stopped holding back. Why is that? Ryuku. It was the only way to live, and boy do I love that decision. This feels amazing. Nizu. I see. I believe the mixture of you finally letting go, and your body's natural self-preservation reaction forced a quirk awakening. Though I do need you to do something. Ryuku. What is it? Nizu. Well, more than one thing really. The first is to dial back your power at least a little. Each step has cracked this concrete. The second is to keep your bloodlust under control. Don't try to deny it, I see the blood around your mouth. Don't you worry, I won't tell anyone, just make sure you make Templars your exclusive targets. Ryuku nodded and dialed back. He noticed that her claws shrunk but never disappeared, the orange glow dimmed so it was almost imperceptible, and the scales around her eyes disappeared completely. Her tongue remained forked, and it seemed that was permanent now. It also seems as if Ryuku returned to her previous self, at least a little. Ryuku. My apologies, it seems like I got carried away. Do you really promise to keep my new craving a secret? Nizu nodded. Nizu. As long as you keep it exclusively towards Templars, yes. Ryuku. Thank you? Nizu. No need to thank me. Now let's go back to UA. She nodded and followed him out. Recovery and discovery. Nizu and Ryuku walked into UA's infirmary to a conscious, but very hurt Izuku laying in a bed. Aizawa, Tomoko, and the hussy cats were in the room, as well as a very upset recovery girl. The hussy cats looked to the two as they walked in, looks of realization growing on their faces. Chatora. I should have known Nizu would know. Nizu. I assume you three have been brought up to speed? They shoon their heads. Sosaki. No, not yet. We were waiting for Midoriya to be able to walk. Recovery girl. Walk? He's lucky he's alive, and from the look of Ryukyu's hero's suit, she should be in bed too. What happened? Nizu. I assume he's too tired to heal right now. The elderly woman nodded. Izuku. That's fine. Cough asked Nagan to tell you. Recovery girl should know too. Aizawa. And what of us, Mentor Altair? Izuku. Ryukyu, you should help the others in securing UA. Nizu, go to your office, it's the only place with lockdown controls. Eraser, go to 1A, tell them I've been injured during a patrol and won't be in class until I'm healed. Tomoko. And me? Izuku smiled and grabbed her hand. Izuku. You're staying with me. He then looked back to the others. Izuku. We will hold a meeting in the UA bureau once I can walk. Now go to your stations, except Ryukyu for now. Aizawa and Nizu nodded as they left. The hussy cats and recovery girl also left to go find Tsutsumi. Ryukyu then walked over to the bed. Ryukyu. What is it? Izuku. I can tell you changed from the attack. Not only can I see the differences, the way you carry yourself has also changed. You're less deliberate in your movements, more carefree. What happened? Ryukyu. I guess there's no hiding it from you, but can you promise not to tell anyone else? Izuku and Tomoko nodded. Ryukyu. My quirk evolved, so now I'm more dragon-like. It happened when I was about to die. I figured since I was about to die, I might as well stop holding myself back. Nizu thinks the combination of both caused it. From what we know, I now have more strength, claws, can breath fire, and something else. Izuku. What is it? Ryukyu. Swear you won't tell anyone unless I say so. Izuku. I swear. Tomoko. You can count on me. Ryukyu. I now have a craving for human flesh. I can control it as long as I'm not using too much power, but if I have to fight, I risk losing control of it. Izuku and Tomoko placed their hands on her shoulders. Izuku. That's fine. As long as the only time you satisfy that craving is on villains and Templars. Ryukyu smiled and gave them both a hug. Ryukyu. Thank you. But what I'm scared of is if my dragon form will be completely out of reason now. I gained a middle form which gives me a lot more strength, makes my claws bigger, and makes my flames more powerful. However, that's where I lost control. Izuku. Well, UA has plenty of training grounds, we'll run any experiments you need us to hear. Now go patrol the grounds. If you find Blue Horn or Dark Enigma, go somewhere else. She nodded and left the room. Izuku then turned back to Tomoko. Izuku. Are you okay? I know seeing me all bloody must have been hard. Especially after I made that promise. His answer came in the form of a kiss. Tomoko. I'm fine, Izuku. Yes, seeing you like that was hard, but you're alive. You're keeping your promise, and that's all I need right now. Izuku. Well, just tell me if you do need something more than a promise. You know I'm ready to give my life for you. She smiled. Tomoko. Keep talking like that, and you'll be missing empty of something other than blood. Izuku. I don't think Recovery Girl would appreciate us doing that kind of stuff in here. They shared a laugh. Tomoko. You're right. Maybe after you've properly recovered. Izuku. Maybe. A week after the attacks, Izuku was now up and walking around. It would take a couple more days until he was fully recovered, though he didn't mind. Now he and the others were standing inside the UA bureau. Sosaki had since joined them, now sporting a suit similar to Tomoko's, the only difference being her hood had holes instead of ears so her cat headset could fit. She made it clear she was going to stick with the hussy cats. Monoma was also there, albeit he was tied up and had tape over his mouth. Izuku. Alright. As we know, both me and Ryuku were attacked while viewing medallions. Rocklock. So the Templars can track them even without the videos being viewed? Izuku shook his head. Izuku. They were waiting. According to the Hussycats, the Templars were already there for 2 days before I entered the forest. Safe to say they were at the city before she was too. Rocklock. So they weren't scared. Aizawa. They were walking us straight into their palms. Tsutsumi. Damn it. For all we know, this meeting was planned to. I wouldn't be surprised if they knew what we were talking about. Izuku was about to speak when he got an idea. He activated Eagle Vision and looked around the room. His eyes eventually fell onto a small gold object, hidden underneath the lip of a table. He walked over and removed it. He then turned around, revealing to the others that it was a listening device. Jiru. You've gotta be shitting me. Izuku looked to the two vigilantes. Blue Horn was red. Izuku lunged at him, but he evaded. The vigilante was then restrained by Aizawa and Tsutsumi's rifle barrel was put to his head. Izuku then walked over and put his blade to his neck. Izuku. Explain now. Cooperate and your death will be quick. Now with a traitor having been revealed and the Templars' bug discovered, the assassins have finally gotten free from the ears of the Templars. Abstergo. Blue Horn was being held at knife point by Izuku, gunpoint by Tsutsumi, and restrained by Aizawa. Izuku yelling now. The man smiled underneath his mask. Blue Horn. It doesn't matter. Even if I told you what I know, you wouldn't know what to make of it. The apple is out of your reach, assassin. Izuku. Apple? What apple? At this Blue Horn frowned. Blue Horn. You didn't know? I figured Nagant told you all. Well, it seems I've said too much. Once he was finished talking, he wiggled his arm free of Aizawa's capture tool, grabbed Izuku's arm, and used it to stab himself in the neck. Izuku no. Even as he pulled his arm back, it was too late. The man's blood was already flowing, and he was already choking on it. Aizawa let the spy go, and he fell to the floor dead. Izuku. Damn it, we needed him. Ryuku, Nizu, take care of the body. The two nodded before picking it up and carrying it out. Izuku retracted his blade. Izuku. Nagant. What is this apple he mentioned? Tsutsumi. The apple, I'd only heard rumors about it. I thought it was a hopeful fantasy for the Templars. Izuku. What is it? Tsutsumi. An ancient artifact. It supposedly holds the power to dominate the minds of humans, the only one immune to it being whoever wields it. Izuku. And you didn't tell us this because? Tsutsumi. Like I said, I thought it was a hopeful fantasy. Though it looks like I was wrong. Izuku sighed and walked over to a table as Ryuku and Nizu came back, Ryuku chewing on something Izuku figured was probably one of the man's fingers. Izuku. Do we have any way to find this apple before them? Tsutsumi. I believe so. She walked over to the map table, picked up a marker, and circled the city. Tsutsumi. As you know, the Templars are extremely powerful. But they are also cautious. They will never keep anything important to their operations in any official buildings. They will likely keep them in secure servers in one of their cover companies. Izuku. And the one you believe holds the information on the apple is in Kyushu? Tsutsumi nodded. Tsutsumi. Abstergo Industries. Leading contributor of genetic research. Only about half of their servers actually hold official research, The rest is hold every piece of research about ancient civilizations and whatever powerful artifacts that may exist. Izuku. Like the apple. Tsutsumi. Like the apple. Izuku turned to face the others. Izuku. Alright, we have a new mission. 3 of us need to infiltrate Abstergo Industries and retrieve any and all files about this apple. Aizawa stepped up. Aizawa. I'll go. I suggest Earphone Jack come with me. She needs some field experience. Izuku. Alright. That's 2. I'll come with you. Nizu, can you get us any prints for the building? Nizu right away. He then walked out of the room. Izuku. Okay. Shoji, take Monoma to his dorm room. 1B will be getting suspicious soon. He knows we can get to him if he tries anything. Now, Eraser, Earphone, let's move. A and J. Yes, Mentor Altair. It was now dark out and the 3 were standing on a building across from the Abstergo building. The last of the employees were leaving. Tsutsumi's voice came through their comms. Tsutsumi. The best way to get the data will be to get to Warren Vidic's office on the top floor. Unfortunately, you will need to use the elevator to get there. It's sealed off from the rest of the building, it even has a separate security system. Izuku. Thank you, Nagant. We can take it from here. Jairu. Mentor, how are we doing this? Izuku. We need this information as soon as possible. Aizawa. What he's trying to say is we go in fast and hard, no stealth. They already know we exist, so there's no need. Izuku. They also know that they can't bring attention to this because of what we want, so our careers will be safe. Let's go. They then climbed down and made their way across the street. Izuku. Get ready. He pulled out a rope dart and threw it at a window, shattering it. Alarms started going off immediately. Izuku, go. The 3 assassins then sprinted inside. They ran by numerous cubicles, some having bed-like devices in them. Paying no mind to them, the group kept moving until they reached the elevator. It was offline. Izuku. Looks like we're climbing up the shaft. Aizawa pulled the doors open and Jairu opened the top hatch to let them climb up. Once on top of the elevator, they began climbing. Around halfway up, a door for a floor opened up, revealing an armed guard. Guard yelling, assassins. The guard aimed at Jairu but was killed by Izuku using his phantom blade. Izuku. Eraser, deal with them. We'll get the data. Aizawa. Right. He then climbed through the open door and ran off, leaving the other 2 to get to the top. It took a few more minutes, but they made it to the top floor. After that, it didn't take long to find his office. They opened the door to find a large room, one of those bed devices in the middle and a desk near the back windows. The 2 ran over to the desk. Using Eagle Vision, Izuku was able to log onto the computer. He took out a transmitter and plugged it in. Once he found the files, he started sending them over. Izuku. Nagant, files are coming your way. Tsutsumi. I'm getting them. The doors burst open to reveal a large group of guards and a scientist. Izuku. Vidic. Vidic. Oh, so you know me, assassin. Good, that removes the need for introductions. I also know why you are here, the apple. Izuku. Too bad we already have the files. Vidic. That's true, but we now have you. Tell me, how much of your lineage is Japanese? Izuku. You know my identity, so you should already know this. Vidic. Correct, your mother, full-blooded Japanese. Your father, however, came from America. However, most of Hisashi Midoriya's DNA is European. Izuku. So? Vidic. Simple, really. With our research, we've analyzed countless family trees. We've even been able to uncover the lives of ancestors. Izuku. And? Vidic. Oh, you were never told? Both of your parents hail from Templar families, although they had split off from their families. Izuku. And you believe that one of my ancestors came into contact with the apple, correct? Vidic. You are bright. No wonder you're called Mentor. He then motioned to the guards. Vidic. Capture him alive. I don't care what you do to the girl. Kill her, use her, let her leave, I don't care, just keep him alive. He then left the room. Izuku. Destroy the transmitter and run. Gyru. What about you? Izuku. I'll be fine. They ducked behind the desk and he took off his blades before giving them to her. Izuku. Take these, use them if you must. They must not fall into Templar hands. She nodded before putting them on. Izuku then vaulted over the desk and started charging the guards, who had drawn their batons so they wouldn't kill him. He jumped over the bed device and sent a kick into one of their chests. He then drew his own batons and extended their blades. He noticed as Gyru ran past them and into the hallway. He sent a blade through one's chest, making him buckle over. Izuku then rolled over his back, leaving the baton inside and sliced open the throat of the next. As that guard fell, Izuku whipped around and ripped the baton out of the first before flipping it around and thrusting backwards, stabbing a third in the stomach. As he turned to keep going, an extendable baton hit him in the forehead. He quickly recovered and killed the man who hit him, but that distraction was enough for a second blow to connect, this one on the back of his head. He fell to the ground and was hit once more. The last thing he saw before everything went black was Vidic walking back into the room, a sickening smile on his face. The Animus. At the early hours of the morning when Gyru and Aizawa returned from the mission, the other assassins were inside the UA bureau when the two walked in, noticeably grim expressions on their faces. Nizu. Welcome back. Tsutsumi's already going through the files on the Apple. Where is Mentor Altair? Tomoko. Yeah, where's Izuku? Gyru looked to Aizawa, who nodded. She then stepped forward and handed Tomoko Izuku's hidden blades. Gyru. We were surrounded by guards. The only way out was through the door. He gave me an opening to run, but it cost him his freedom. He's been captured by the Templars. Tomoko. What? Aizawa. It's true. Gyru, tell them the rest. Gyru. They're keeping him alive, they need him. Tsutsumi. What for? Gyru. They believe his ancestors had some sort of knowledge of the apple and its whereabouts. They can view the memories of someone's ancestors and see their lives somehow. A bang was heard and everyone turned to see Rocklock had pounded his fist onto a table. Rocklock. Damn it. We need to get him back. Aizawa. We can't yet. Rocklock. And why the hell not? Aizawa. We fell into their hands. Vidic knew we were after the apple. Abstergo will be fully guarded after this. Nizu. I have a solution. Ryuku. What is it? Nizu. It's simple, all we need is Hagakure from 1A. Aizawa. She's not fit for this life, Nizu. Nizu. Oh, I know, which is why while you're training her, we need her to believe this is a Black Ops stealth mission. Perfect for her quirk. Shoji. The prospect of a Black Ops mission might keep her interested. Aizawa sighed. Aizawa. Fine. I'll start tomorrow, and I mean tomorrow, not 5 hours from now. I need sleep after tonight. Nizu. It's alright, 13 will take your place for today. With that, all but Tomoko left the room. She stared at Izuku's blades, tears threatening to spill from her eyes, before beginning to talk to herself. Tomoko. Don't forget your promise, Izuku. Just then, a clawed hand was placed on her shoulder. She turned her head to see it was Ryuku. Ryuku. It's okay. We'll get him back, and when we do, I know just where to hide Vidic's body. She then licked her lips. Tomoko allowed a small smile to appear on her face. Izuku slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a familiar room. He looked to his left to see Vidic's desk, then he looked to his right just to see his gear hung up on a wall like a hunter's trophy. When he tried to move his arms, he found he was strapped down. Vidic. Ah, you're awake, good. Izuku whipped his head over to where the voice came from and saw the doctor. Izuku. Vidic. Why am I still here? Vidic. To have your genetic memories viewed, of course. Why do you think you're strapped to the Animus? Izuku. Animus? Izuku looked down at what he was strapped to, only to see he was strapped to the bed-like device he had vaulted over to fight the guards. Izuku. You know it's only a matter of time before I'm rescued, right? Vidic. Oh, I know, but by the time you are, we will have already extracted the information we need. Now sit back and relax, We're going to sort through your mother's side first. Izuku. Always wanted an accurate history lesson. Good luck finding anything we won't have as well. Vidic remained silent as he began to type on a control panel attached to the Animus. A clear, round, glass screen then came into Izuku's view. He also felt a small prick on his wrist as the machine presumably took some of his DNA. Vidic. See you in a few hours. Izuku wa. The machine then fully activated and pulled Izuku into a vast white void. In front of him, another man materialized. He had long green hair tied in a bun, armor, and a katana on his waist. Then Vidic's voice was heard, though Izuku couldn't find where it was coming from. Vidic. Meet Anoki Shimura, high-ranking member of the Templar Order during the late Edo period. Izuku walked over to the man, though he showed no reaction. Vidic. He cannot see nor hear you. Now prepare, you're about to live through his life for the next few days. Then the white void collapsed and everything went dark. The next thing Izuku knew, he was looking through a pair of eyes that weren't his own and blocking a strike not meant for him, with arms he didn't recognize. Revelations. It had been weeks. All Izuku did was get in the Animus, review memories for hours at a time, get out, eat, and then sleep. He had lived through several of his ancestors' lives, each having a connection to the apple, but never revealing its location. He had merely lived through his mother's side, with Vidic claiming his father's was incompetent historically. Though Izuku had realized something, the memories of his ancestors weren't the only things he was taking away. The glass screen of the Animus was removed once more and Izuku slowly stood up. He looked over to see an annoyed Vidic standing by his computer. Izuku. Something the matter, Vidic? While he did wish to taunt the man, any information the question could get out of him would be valuable. Unfortunately, it seems the taunting nature won over as the doctor slammed his hands on his desk. Vidic yelling, "Be quiet, you damned assassin!" Izuku chuckled. Annoying his captor was the only thing keeping him completely sane at this point. Izuku. Clock's ticking. You won't have me for much longer. He caught a paperweight that is thrown at him before going to the cell-like room he was given. Aizawa. Again, do not let them feel your presence. The tired man was standing in an observation room as Hagakure was going through stealth drills. She had picked up a lot of skills easily, making it clear she took the mantle of stealth hero seriously. As she went through another drill, Tomoko walked into the observation room. Tomoko. How's her progress? Aizawa. It's good. She'll be ready in a couple days. How are you holding up? She sighed. Tomoko. Better than the first day. But knowing he's alive is all I need. He made a promise to come back, he'll keep it. Aizawa smirked. Aizawa. Of that I have no doubt. Though you have to wonder, how do the Templars know his ancestors knew of the apple? Tomoko. I don't know. They wouldn't unless, oh God. Aizawa. What? Tomoko. We need Inko and Hisashi Midoriya at UA now. She ran out the door. Before he followed her, Aizawa leaned into the microphone. Aizawa. Freestyle drills from now on. Guards, make up your own positions. Hagakure, try to get past them. With that he ran from the room following his fellow assassin. He quickly caught up with her. Aizawa. What's going on? Tomoko. The only way Izuku's ancestors would have contact with the apple that the Templars would know about is if their families were Templars themselves. Aizawa groaned. Aizawa. That's just great. They eventually reached Nizu's office and rushed inside. Nizu. Aizawa, Shiretoko, what's going on? Tomoko. We need Izuku's parents here ASAP. Aizawa. They may be connected to the Templars. Nizu. Right away. Nizu. I don't care. He is your son, he is captured, you need to be here. Hisashi. No. I left for a reason. Nizu. Don't make me call stars and stripes. A sigh could be heard the other side of the phone. Hisashi. Fine. The call then ended. Nizu let out a sigh of frustration and put his phone away. Inko. Nizu sir? Could you tell me what you meant by captured? All Might. Yes. Has something happened to young Midoriya? Nizu. Unfortunately, yes. He has been captured by an organization that we have been fighting against for the past couple months. All Might. The League? Nizu shook his head. Nizu. From now on, this conversation cannot leave this room. Not under any circumstances is this to be spoken of to anyone but me, Eraserhead, Ryuku, Rock Lock, the Wild Hussycats, and Izuku Midoriya. Understood? They both nodded. Nizu. Good. Now, we believe Inko here does know of this organization. Inko. What? Is it? Who has my son? Nizu. The Templar Order. She stood up and slammed her hands on Nizu's desk. Inko yelling. What? How? Why? Nizu. Simple. The how is that he, Eraserhead, and another student Kaikajiru raided their cover company Abstergo Industries under the guidance of Lady Nagant. They were to retrieve every file on the Apple and send it over. They succeeded, but ultimately young Izuku ended up sacrificing his freedom to allow Jiraiya to escape the clutches of Dr. Vidic's guards. The why? Well, that's why you're here. That's why called your ex-husband as well. They believe his ancestors know the location of the Apple. The only reason they would believe that is if your family either worked with, or were part of, the Templars. After a moment of quiet, she lunged at the rodent principal and lifted him by his collar. Inko yelling. You made my son do something this dangerous? What kind of organization are you running here? Nizu. Mississippi. We didn't make him do anything. In fact, the raid was his idea. You think we order him around when it's the opposite. Inko. What? Do you mean? Nizu reached into his pocket and pulled out a remote. He pressed a button and one of his bookshelves lowered to reveal a secret entrance. Nizu. Why don't you go see for yourselves? She set him down, and he led both her and All Might down the stairs. All Might. Templars? I've never heard of them. What's going on? Nizu. You'll find out. I just recently discovered their existence. It was Mentor Altair who opened my eyes. All Might. Altair? Isn't that young Midoriya's hero name? Why call him Mentor? They had reached the bottom of the stairs. Nizu. Why not? He is our leader after all. He stepped aside to allow the two to walk through a doorway. Inside was an observation booth with controls. The feel of the air told them they were underground as well. Through the glass they could see people down in what seemed to be a mock warehouse. They both spied Aizawa, Tomoko, and Ryuku down in the warehouse. Fake guards were set up and a buzzer went off. As soon as it did, this room's purpose was revealed to them. The three began to systematically take down the fake guards. Inko turned back to Nizu. Inko. What is this? Nizu smirked. Nizu. Welcome to the Assassin Brotherhood's UA Bureau. Now we have much to discuss. Father's return. Nizu, Aizawa, Ryuku, Lady Nagant, and Tomoko were standing in the UA Bureau's main room. In front of them sat two people, Inko Midoriya and Hisashi Midoriya. The black-haired man used his quirk to light a cigarette. He took a drag off of it before speaking. Hisashi. So, my son created this organization of assassins specifically to combat the Templars? The organization that makes the fabled Illuminati look like a school club. Nizu. Correct. And we've been making small yet noticeable dents in their operations here. Hisashi. I don't doubt it, it doesn't take much, but the true threat is how fast they can fix holes in their influence. If one country falls, it's under their complete control again in a decade. If you want to do true damage, you need to go global. Now, on to why I'm here. Nagant. Right. Mentor Altair has been captured by the Templars who believe his ancestors know where the apple is. Hisashi. Well, they'll never get it. I personally saw to it that it accompanied the latest shuttle up to the International Space Station. Nizu. Well, then it should make you nervous that the next one is coming up. By the time it launches, the Templars will have had time to replace the astronauts with their own agents. Aizawa. Which is why we're going to break him out before that happens. Tomoko. Is Hagakure ready? Aizawa. Yes. Though she will get caught, unless we have a distraction. Inko. Now hold on. You think that I'll just let Izuku continue doing this? Nizu. Of course not, but that won't stop him. Will it? Inko. Hisashi. No, it won't. He may barely know me, but the kid inherited my stubbornness. I'll be the distraction. They'll never expect me to return, especially how I left. He stood from his chair, took the cigarette from his mouth, and let flames escape from both sides of his mouth. Hisashi. It's time for Phoenix of the Templar Order to make his return. Aizawa, Hisashi, Nagant, and Hagakure stood across from the Abstergo building. Nagant. Okay. Midoriya will walk through the front doors with Invisible Girl right behind him. I'll position myself a few blocks away and Eraser will be ready to aid you too if needed. Hisashi. Okay. You ready? Hagakure. Yes, too bad this is on the down low though. Nagant. It's how it must be. Altair needs our help. Go. She ran into an alley and began to head towards her perch. Hisashi and Hagakure crossed the street. He entered the building and walked straight to the receptionist, gaining out stares from the workers. Receptionist. May I help you? He pulled out his old medallion and placed it in front of her. Hisashi. Tell Vidic that Phoenix needs an audience. The receptionist seemed nervous. Receptionist. Why, yes, sir, right away. She hit a button on her desk phone and put it to her ear. Receptionist. Yes, hello, doctor. I have someone here who requested an audience. Yes, he has a medallion. Okay, I'll send him up now. She hung up the phone. She then reached into her desk and pulled out a pass to Vidic's office. Hisashi. Could I have an extra? My allergies are acting up and I don't want to burn my only pass. Receptionist, of course. She gave him a second. Receptionist. Have a good day. May the Father of Understanding guide us. Hisashi. May the Father of Understanding guide us. He walked past her and through the maze of offices to get to the elevator. He pressed the button on the elevator and entered once it arrived. He handed the extra pass to Hagakure. Hisashi. The elevator knows 2 people entered. We both need to scan our passes. He got a quiet grunt as acknowledgement. He scanned his and she copied his movements. The elevator then began its ascent. A minute later and the elevator doors opened once more to reveal the hallway. Hisashi, whispering. Brings back old memories. Not all of them are pleasant. He and Hagakure walked down the hall until they reached Vidic's office. He knocked and the doctor answered the door. Vidic. What is it? I'm busy with the assassin. He looked at Hisashi with a look of terrified recognition. Hisashi. Hello? Before Vidic could slam the door shut, Hisashi pushed his way in. Hisashi. I'm not here to fight, just to talk. Vidic. I have nothing today to you. Traitorous scum. Hisashi. I deserve that. He stepped towards Vidic. Hisashi. Now let's talk like grown adults. Hagakure snuck past Vidic and walked over to the Animus, which Izuku was attached to. She found the control panel along with the microphone Vidic used to communicate with Izuku. Hagakure, whispering. Midoriya, it's Hagakure. Me and your dad are here to rescue you. Izuku. Thanks. She quickly began to work on the touchscreen attached to the Animus to turn it off. The glass panel retracted but Izuku didn't sit up. Izuku, whispering. I need my gear. Hagakure, whispering. Where is it? Izuku, whispering. On that wall. He pointed to the wall that Vidic had his gear hung on. Seeing it, Hagakure silently walked over and grabbed his gear, though it was heavy. The weight caused her to grunt, which alerted Vidic. The man whipped around to see Izuku was free and his gear was floating. Vidic yelling, Secure. Hisashi punched him in the head, knocking him out. Hisashi. Security can't help you now. He walked over to Izuku who was putting his gear on. Hisashi. Izuku. Izuku looked up at him. Izuku. Dad? Hisashi smiled and chuckled before hugging Izuku. Hisashi. Yeah, it's me. Sorry for leaving, but I had to protect you. He let his son go. Izuku. If it was from the Templars, I understand. He finished putting his gear on. Hagakure. What are Templars? The two looked at her silently for a few seconds before Hisashi spoke. Hisashi. Shit! Alarms started going off. Hisashi. We need to go. Izuku. Agreed. They ran out of the room and left the building. Izuku hoped he would never have to see it again. The Creed. Izuku, Hisashi, Tsutsumi, and Hagakure made it back to UA. Hagakure had been asking questions the entire trip back. They entered the bureau and made their way to a small study. Inside were Inko, Aizawa, Jairu, Nizu, and Tomoko. Izuku entered first and was immediately charged at with a hug from his mother. Inko. Izuku, my baby, you're okay, you're not hurt, are you? Izuku chuckled and hugged her back. Izuku. I'm fine, Mom. She stepped back and wiped tears from her eyes. The Tomoko stepped over and gave him an even tighter hug. Tomoko. You kept your promise. You came back. Izuku. I always will. They then shared a kiss, then Aizawa spoke up. Aizawa. Anyone care to explain why Hagakure is down here? Tsutsumi gestured to Hisashi. Tsutsumi. Dumbass here let it slip that the Templars exist. Izuku. Right. Nagant, give her the basic rundown and the choice. Come to me with her answer later. The woman nodded and left the room with Hagakure. Jairu walked over to Izuku and held out a bundle to him. Jairu. These are yours. Izuku took the bundle and opened it, revealing it to be his hidden blades. Izuku smirked and slipped them on. Izuku. Thank you, Jairu. For keeping these safe, and your performance on your first field mission, I proclaim you worthy of your own hidden blade. Jairu. Blade? I thought they came in pairs. Izuku. You are still inexperienced. You must earn your second blade as well as any variations you may want. You will get them soon. Please leave, there's work I need to do. She nodded and left the room. He turned to his mother. Izuku. I figured you'd be against me continuing this. Inko. Ordinarily, I would be. But the Templars have had control for far too long, it's about time someone fought back. That and you're too much like your father. The mentioned man coughed and stepped forward. Hisashi. Izuku, I understand if you're angry over us not telling you we were Templars, be you. Izuku held up his hand. Izuku. I didn't know they existed until a few months ago and neither of you knew I was fighting them. There was no reason for me to find out until now. Hisashi smiled. Hisashi. Well then. What's next, mentor? Izuku looked shocked. Izuku. You're joining us? Hisashi shrugged. Hisashi. Yeah. Not like they'd let me live for long, especially since my betrayal. That, and your mother's right, someone needs to fight back. Izuku smiled and nodded. He hugged his father before walking over and behind the desk. He cleared the center and placed down a notebook. Izuku. During my time in the Animus, I was able to think a lot. He quickly began to write in the notebook. Aizawa. What are you writing? Izuku. Something that came to me while within the Animus. Something born from witnessing the cruelty that Templars are capable of. After a few more seconds he set down his pen and looked over his writing. Izuku. Yes, this'll do. He picked the book up. Izuku. We are an organization without guidance. We need a code. One that restricts us. Without restrictions, we could easily turn cruel like the Templars in just a few generations. Nizu. Like a creed of sorts. Izuku. Yes, a creed. Ours shall have 3 tenets. The first, stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent. We shall not harm those we protect. He received nods from the others. Izuku. The second, hide in plain sight. We must be invisible to our enemies until we strike. More nods. Izuku. The last, never compromise the order. One slip up and we're done for. If we are compromised, we may not recover. One last round of nods. Nizu. This is good, but we need a way to ensure no betrayals. A sign of loyalty. Tomoko. I have an idea. Izuku, didn't you need to remove your ring finger to use the blade? Izuku. Yeah, but I modified them to not need the sacrifice. Tomoko. It may be cruel, but we could brand or tattoo future recruits. Aizawa. Brands are more permanent than tattoos, and more expensive to fix as well as easier to hide. Izuku out the book down and began to write some more. Izuku. A ring finger branding to prove loyalty. That'll do. Nizu. Nizu. Yes? Izuku. We need more bureaus, all across Japan. Preferably under different names. Hisashi. How will we communicate with them? Everything is tracked by the enemy. Any cellular activity from us would be found out and tracked down immediately. I believe I can help with that. Everyone looked to the door to see the skeletal form of All Might. Izuku. I'll ask how you know later. How can you help? All Might. Let's just say, I know a couple really smart people who would want to help. Bleeding. Izuku. All Might? How do you know? All Might gestured towards Niza. All Might. Niza brought both me and your mother down here. Hisashi stepped towards All Might, looked him up and down, and turned to face Inko. Hisashi. How did you manage get with him? Inko shrugged. Inko. Luck. Among other things. Hisashi scoffed. Hisashi mumbled. Bad taste on his part. She stood and approached him. Inko. What did you say? He turned away. Hisashi. Oh. Nothing in particular. Inko huffed. Inko. That's what I thought. Coward. Hisashi whipped back around. Hisashi. At least my operations were successful. The only thing you were good at was looking good. At least your name made sense, Penguin. A beautiful bird unable to fly. Izuku walked between them and pushed them apart. Izuku. As much as I'd like to know just how you two ever tolerated each other, we have more important business. He turned to All Might. Izuku. Who are these people you mentioned? All Might. An old friend and his daughter. They're some of the smartest people in the world, and I know for a fact that they wouldn't stand for these Templars and what they stand for. Nizu. You're talking about Mr. Shield, correct? All Might nodded. Nizu. Get in contact. All Might. Right away. He quickly left the room. Inko. I'm going to join him. She followed the skeleton man. This left Izuku, Tomoko, Nizu, Aizawa, and Hisashi in the room. Izuku turned around to speak with Nizu and Aizawa. Izuku. Have there been any developments since my imprisonment? Nizu nodded. Nizu. It seems the group we thought to have died out is alive and well, the Meta Liberation Army. They believe Quirk use is a natural right and that quirks should be able to be used by anyone. Izuku. That mindset only invites trouble. They hope the people would have the self-control to not fall to crime. Aizawa. Which is exactly why we have an informant on the inside. Though something has changed recently. Izuku. And that is? Aizawa. They've merged with the League of Villains and named Shigaraki their leader. They now go by the Paranormal Liberation Front. That, and Hawks is part of the organization. Izuku. So the Templars are keeping an eye on them. Who's our informant? Nizu reached into a folder and pulled out a picture of a man with straight, jet-black hair with bangs that covered his eyes. Nizu. Tamasucha Kazoku, aka Skeptic. Previously the second in command of the Meta Liberation Army. He's fiercely loyal to their previous leader, known as Re-Destro, so loyal that he's willing to sabotage their current operations to ensure Re-Destro rises back to power. Izuku. We could use an agent in their ranks. We don't know what Skeptic himself is planning. Hisashi. It can't be me. Hawks would spot me from a mile away. Izuku. Same with all of us in this room. Tomoko. What about recruiting a more skeptical follower? Izuku. That could work. I'll leave finding them to you, Eraser. I'll work on recruiting them. Now I need some air and to get out of my gear. The three men nodded as Izuku left and Tomoko followed. It had become night and Izuku stood atop the 1A dorm building, looking out over the campus. He heard footsteps behind him. Tomoko took her place next to him. Tomoko. Izuku, what did you see? In the Animus, that is. Izuku sighed. Izuku. A lot. I've seen just how ruthless the Templars can be. I have felt the blood they spilled, the anger they felt, the way it all affected them. They are sick and only care about control, no matter the cost. She gripped his hand. Izuku, He heard something. He looked to his right and saw a figure he'd hoped he'd never seen again, Anoki Midoriya. The man looked like a ghost, but his presence felt so real. The man charged Izuku, his blade ready. He swung and Izuku went to stop the blade, just for the blade and the man to dissipate upon contact. Tomoko Uku. Izuku whipped around to see a confused Tomoko. He looked back to see nothing was where the ghostly figure was. He looked to Tomoko once more. Tomoko. What happened? Izuku. I don't know. Mirko. A week had passed since Izuku's rescue. All Might had gotten David's shield and his daughter Melissa to create a new and improved communication system for the Brotherhood. Now, Izuku was sitting within the support course workshop in a small corner Nisa had power loader lend him. The door opened and someone walked over to Izuku, who recognized the metal fingertips to be power loader himself. Izuku. Mr. Power Loader. How may I help you? Izuku turned to face the man. Power Loader. I just wanted to see what's got you in here. Designing a new costume, I see. By me, inspired by previous costume image. Izuku. Yeah. Power Loader. I see you opted for less armor and even downgraded to leader for the remaining. Izuku. Yes. As a stealth hero, I need to be as quiet as possible. Which is also why I also decreased the pouches I have to too. One has smoke bombs and the other has some noisemakers. Power Loader. What about your throwing knives or those phantom blades of yours? Izuku. I'll only be using phantom blades going forwards, and those will be stored in secure pockets under my bracer and spalder. My batons will still go on my back though. Power Loader. Well, if you're done, I can get this sent in. Izuku nodded and Power Loader took the design and walked away. Izuku sighed and turned back to the table, pulling out what he was really working on, and small camera that could be fired from his phantom blade. He pulled out his phone and turned it on, quickly syncing it to the camera. He found the app and opened it, seeing himself from the small device's point of view. Satisfied, he turned it off and left the workshop. Instead of heading straight to the dorms, he went to the bureau. He soon found his way into the war room, now fitted with a brand new map of Templar strongholds Izuku had discovered while in the Animus. He stopped. Something was off. Izuku. For someone who always charges in without thinking, you're pretty sneaky, Mirko. He stepped to the side as an armored foot appeared where his head was. The rabbit hero landed in front of him from her flying kick. Mirko. And you're pretty fast for a first year. Izuku. Who led you here? Mirko. No one. I noticed Tatsuma was acting a little strange, so I figured I'd pay her a visit. She pounced again, only to have to avoid a hidden blade aimed for the sole of her foot. Izuku. Let me guess, you discovered her new craving? Mirko. That's when I began to dig. This only happened after she took in the assassin for a work study. Izuku. Then you followed either me or her here. Mirko. Stop guessing this shit. She charged at him, faster this time. Izuku was knocked into the wall, then he was lifted by his shirt. Mirko. You'll tell me exactly what you did. Izuku. Then you'll get nothing. I didn't do a thing. Mirko slammed him against the wall again. Mirko yelling bullshit. Izuku. Why don't you ask her yourself? Mirko paused. Mirko. Huh! A hand then chopped her in the neck, nosing her unconscious. Izuku fell a few inches and stayed upright. Izuku. Good timing. I was sure how long I could stall her. Ryuku sighed. Ryuku. Don't blame her. She's always been like this. Izuku. It's fine. The only thing I'm worried about is that she knows of this place. Ryuku. Yes. I wish she wouldn't have to actually. I have an idea. Izuku. And that is? Ryuku. She could be our agent inside the Liberation Front. Izuku hummed in thought for a moment before nodding. Izuku. Yeah, that could work. The battle-hungry rabbit hero wants a world where quirks can be used so she can fight stronger people. I like that. It'll be up to you to turn her. Ryuku nodded. Ryuku. It shall be done. She picked up her friend and took her elsewhere. Izuku entered his dorm to find Tomoko already asleep, and the bluish ghost of Anoki sitting on the bed. He had seen the man many times over the week, only this was different. Every time Izuku saw him, the ghost was doing an action Izuku had experienced, but he did not know this interaction. He chose to ignore it until it left. Anoki. Izuku. Izuku spun around. The man was gone again. Anoki Midoriya. Alright. I am currently unsure what to write for the next part of this story, so instead of a chapter, you're all getting another bit of art by me. Here is the Samurai Templar, Anoki Midoriya. He never saw much combat, so he wore lighter armor, though this was never a detriment in battle as he was highly trained and was the best fighter among the Templars. He once held half of Japan under Templar rule single-handedly as a rebellion against them took place, killing much of the organization. Feared until his death, Anoki faithfully served the Templars to his dying breath at 56 years old, when he was finally struck down in battle. His opponent didn't leave the battlefield either. Shared mind. Izuku opened his eyes in the 1A classroom, which was strange as he hadn't remembered falling asleep during class. What is even weirder was Aizawa allowing him to sleep. Knowing something was up, he cautiously stood from his desk. He heard the sound of metal scraping metal and looked down. He was wearing his newly designed costume, and the sound came from the 2 pouches on his waist. Izuku. What the? Suddenly footsteps came from the hallway. Activating his quirk, Izuku looked up to see a confusing sight. There was a silhouette, one of a man, but it wasn't one color. Instead it was a swirling mixture of both red and green. Whether this man was an enemy with no hostility or an ally with bad intentions, Izuku didn't know. He quickly pulled up his hood and grabbed his batons. The figure stopped at the doorway. Izuku. Who are you? You know me, Izuku. The man took another step into the room, revealing itself to be Anoki Midoriya. Izuku was used to seeing him, but this was different. Usually his ancestor appeared as a blue transparent ghost, doing actions he had done in his life, and speaking with an echo. Here, he was solid with his actual colors, talking directly to Izuku, and with his normal voice. Izuku. Anoki? How are you here? What have you done? The man walked further inside. Anoki. Relax, I have not done a thing. We are inside your mind. Look outside. Anoki motioned towards the windows. Izuku looked just to see the white and light blue void he remembered the Animus used. Izuku. I see. He dropped his stance and put his batons back on his back as well as dropped his hood. Izuku. Still, you shouldn't be here if this is a dream. Anoki. True, and while I do not quite understand, I may have a reason why I am more than an illusion. He walked over to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and began to draw. Anoki. From what I could gather from your memories, apologies for rooting around by the way, the Animus is the main cause. You may recall a theory made about these quirks, and that a person's very existence is tied to them. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Yeah, I do. Anoki. I believe that the Animus ingrained my memories into your mind. Originally, this is why I appeared to you before. Your mind, however, could not handle this. Izuku. And ingrained your existence into my quirk, effectively bringing you to life. Anoki. Correct. Izuku. For a man from the feudal era, you can handle modern concepts pretty well. Anoki. I was looking for the apple. Quirks are child's play to understand compared to that artifact. Izuku. Makes sense. But why are you telling me this? I lived your life, we should be enemies. Anoki. I am telling you because you lived my life. My time has been over for centuries. While I do hold my values and beliefs close, I have no right to try and force my outdated beliefs onto someone who is already on their own path. Templar or not, it is time to allow this generation to live their lives. All I shall do is sit back and watch. Izuku. Well, be prepared to be disappointed. My assassins will win. The man let out a chuckle. Anoki. I must admit you are not doing too bad. Not as good as the rebellion I crushed, though. Izuku. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Another chuckle came from the man. Anoki. You will be waking soon. If you need something, do not be afraid to visit. The room around Izuku slowly began to fade to black. Anoki. I may appear to you if I want as well. Farewell, Izuku. Everything went black and then Izuku awoke in his room. His eyes opened and he shot up. After a moment, he felt Tomoko sit up too. Tomoko. Yonaizu? What's wrong? Izuku. It's a bit of a story, Tomo. Just go back to sleep and we'll talk later. Tomoko. No, Yon, we'll do it now. Let's get some coffee, Kay? I won't let you sit alone in thought, not this soon after I got you back. She got up and practically pulled him down to the common space. They made coffee and then she proceeded to take him to the roof. They sat down on the edge and slowly drank their coffee as Izuku told her of him meeting Anoki and why the man thought it happened. Tomoko. So your Templar ancestor is literally living in your head? Izuku. Yeah. She leaned to the side and rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. Tomoko. Just another insane thing to happen to you simply because of our fight. Izuku grabbed her hand and lightly squeezed it. Izuku. Yeah, but my promise still stands. I will always come back to you. Tomoko. I know. A silence fell over them for several minutes until Tomoko spoke up again. Tomoko. Izuku? Izuku. Yes? Tomoko. I know for us this might be a bit of a stretch, but do you think we might have kids one day? This caught Izuku off guard, making him go red. Izuku. WWY? Tomoko let out a small laugh. Tomoko. I was just thinking the past few days thinking of our future. Not the parts fighting Templars, but the parts with just us and thought that it would be nice. What do you think? Izuku stayed silent in thought for a few moments before leaning his head on her shoulder. Izuku. Yeah, it does. The two stayed like that for a while longer. Back in the field. Izuku stood atop a building in the city. His new, lightweight costume had been completed and this would serve as its first field test. A large shadow flew overhead. Ryuku was there with a special guest. Izuku looked over the building across the street, taking note of the name on it, Abstergo Medical. He grimaced at the name as his earpiece turned on. Ryuku. Altair, are you in place? Izuku. Yes. How's our guest? The voice of their newest member came from the small radio. Mirko. Just get a move on it. Ryuku. She's just fine. Izuku. Good. Ragdoll, you ready? Tomoko's voice came through. Tomoko. Yes, I am mentor. The roof Ryuku already dropped me off, and the roof guards are taken care of. Izuku. Alright. Remember, servers are in the dead center of the building. Tomoko. Got it. See you there. The comms then turned off and Izuku hopped down from the building he was on. He quickly crossed the street and made it to the target building. Unlike Abstergo's main tower, this medical research facility was only 7 floors. He used his quirk as he walked inside and saw a few red silhouettes, meaning the building didn't hold any information on the Templar's main goals. That didn't mean the data would be useless. He walked past the receptionist, who was about to say something when a dart was suddenly lodged in her neck. She quickly fell onto her desk. Izuku. Gotta thank Hatsum for these. The pink-haired girl had seen his costume and quickly came up with ways to improve it. One he was fond of was a small amount of sleeping darts hidden in his sleeves. Now with the receptionist asleep, he made his way deeper into the building. After avoiding a few guards, he found the stairs. He entered the stairwell and began his ascent. He made it to the 5th floor with no trouble. Before he opened the door, he used his quirk to see 3 guards, 2 just on the other side and another guarding another door. Izuku. Let's sew this. He kicked the door open, sending one guard to the ground. He stepped forward, activating a hidden blade and slicing open the throat of the second guard as he turned to react to Izuku's presence. The third guard, further down the hall, raised a handgun in Izuku's direction. Reacting quickly, Izuku spun around, grabbed the guard stunned by the door, and turned once more to face the gun-wielding guard, using the confused one as a human shield. He slowly walked towards the third guard. Gun guard yelling, "Let him go!" Izuku, "Ragdoll!" Gun guard, "Ha!" The sound of a blade extending was heard, then the guard felt cold steel pierce his neck, then nothing. Hostage guard yelling, "Allah, let me go, I swear I won't say a thing." Izuku, "You work for them, you're part of the problem." He activated his blade once more and stabbed the man in a vital organ before dropping him, letting the man bleed out. He approached Tomoko, who was using the hand of the guard she killed to unlock the door to the server room. Izuku, "First operation back." Tomoko, "Not rust, I see." The door unlocked and Izuku opened it. Izuku, "Ladies first." The two shared a laugh as they entered. Outside, Ryuku and Mirko were watching from the security cameras that Nizu was able to hack into. Mirko, "Talk about merciless. That brat just left the guy to die." Ryuku, "I know, such a waste." Mirko felt something wet hit her arm. She looked over to see Ryuku drooling while looking at the mentioned man. Mirko, "See, this is why I'm worried, Tatsuma. You never wanted to eat people before getting tangled up with these guys." Ryuku turned her head to look at her friend. Ryuku, "It isn't the Brotherhood's fault, it's mine for being careless." Mirko looked at her confused. Mirko, "What does that mean?" Ryuku sighed. Ryuku, "You know how, in life or death situations, quirks can evolve and become more powerful?" The rabbit hero nodded. Ryuku, "I was pushed into a corner, I almost died. This happened then. All my life I've been holding my strength back, ensuring I don't hurt people. When on the verge of death, I let it go and now I'm free. Don't take this as me not caring anymore, I still hold back while heroing, but now I'm willing to do what's needed if it comes down to it. That, and I don't let anything go to waste, unlike a certain student I know." Her forked tongue flicked out of her mouth as she turned her attention back to the cameras. Izuku and Tomoko were almost finished uploading different files onto their own servers. Izuku found one that was quite different than the others. Izuku, "The Shroud? What is that?" He clicked on the file, opening it, and seeing an image with some text accompanying it. The object was a large white cloth with what looked to blood on it. As he read its file, he knew what the Brotherhood's next mission was. He quickly uploaded the file and activated his comms. Izuku, "Upload complete, everyone back to main bureau. We have a new assignment." Next step. Yelling could be heard as the group returned to the UA bureau. They noticed Hagakure standing outside the door to the meeting room. Even if she wasn't visible, it was clear she was worried. Jairu was standing next to her, and was way less concerned. Izuku decided to talk to them before entering and dealing with whatever was happening. Izuku, "Jairu, Hagakure. What's going on?" Jiro, "Your dad saw the file you highlighted and started yelling. Apparently he knows what it is. Nagant then joined him and they've been shouting in either complete anger or frustration ever since." Izuku, "I had a feeling he would. And you, Hagakure, have you made a decision?" The invisible girl turned to look at him. Hagakure, "I have. I don't want to join. What you all do is great, but it's not for me." Izuku nodded. Izuku, "That's understandable. Can we still ask for your assistance though? We won't make you kill or anything, promise." Hagakure, "Of course I'd help, I just won't be a part of this. I can even help give you cases that other heroes can't do." Izuku, "Sounds good. You should leave then. As much as I trust you, outside parties shouldn't be listening to our meetings." Hagakure, "Alright. See you later." Izuku nodded to Jairu, who led their classmate back to the dorm building. Izuku then turned to the group and looked to Mirko. Izuku, "That goes for you too. Make your decision now or leave and make it later." Mirko, No. I'm going to stay for the meeting and make my decision then. Understand? Izuku nodded but sent a glare her way. Izuku. Perfectly. Just a little advice before we continue, however. Ryuku trusts you, my quirk designates you as friendly, both of those mean I trust you. Even so, this is too important. If you break my trust, turn over any information to the Templars, my blade will find its mark. She gave him a glare back. Mirko. Quite the threat. I doubt you could go through with it. Izuku. I won't have to if we remain on the same side. Now let's go. As they walked, Izuku heard a familiar voice in his head. Anoki, quite impressive. Of what I've seen, you have never shown that level of hostility before. Izuku, you know why I did though. If she joins, her role will leave her out of contact for a long while. I need to ensure she doesn't get cold feet then. Anoki, there is a fine line between too much and too little, Izuku. Izuku, I know. I just hope I'm on it. Izuku slammed the door open to get the attention of the two ex-Templars. They turned to look at him. Izuku, considering how you two are acting, I assume it's safe to say you know what the Shroud is. The returning group circled around the table. Hisashi. Yeah, of course we do. It's what allowed the Templars to take hold over England. Tsutsumi. And it was thought to have been lost during the First Quirk Rebellion. But according to these files, it's thought to be in Japan and the Templars are dangerously close to finding it again. Tomoko. What can it do? We know a bit about the apple, but this is the first time hearing about this shroud. Hisashi sighed. Hisashi. The shroud is a very powerful relic. It can heal almost any injury and illness. The only thing it can't do is bring back the dead. If the Templars get their hands on it again, we may never be able to beat them. Izuku. Right. Do we have any leads on where it might be? Tsutsumi. Actually, we do. The files suggest that it's in the hands of one Dr. Garaki, an ex-Templar turned mad scientist who's hidden himself away for nearly 60 years. They had some vague information on his whereabouts, but it seems he's able to evade their searches. Izuku. Interesting. A man like that could also be working for the League, or maybe be leading them along a path all for one set for them. Ryuku. What's the plan? Izuku. The plan is for one person to infiltrate the Paranormal Liberation Front and get information. Then, a 3-person team will steadily search for Garaki. Old files, physical evidence, street rumors. We need everything. We will not allow the Shroud to fall into their hands. Nagant, you know the Templars the best. Take Enigma and Aizawa for this and report back. Be thorough but don't waste time. Take advantage of the newly started work studies. Tsutsumi nodded. Tsutsumi. It will be done. She then left the room to gather the 2 other assassins. Izuku. I thought we'd have more time, but we need to move now. He turned to Mirko. Izuku. Your answer. We need it now. The woman stayed quiet for a few moments. Mirko. Fine. I'll work with you. But I ain't joining you. Sneaking in the dark isn't my thing. Izuku. Very well. We need you to infiltrate the Paranormal Liberation Front. The Templars have an agent inside in Hawks. Her eyes widened. Mirko. Hawks? Izuku nodded. Izuku. In fact, he's the first one that I ever encountered. Will you do this? She nodded. Mirko. These guys are bad news. I'd be an idiot to not do anything. Izuku. Good. Hawks seems to also be a recruiter. I suggest finding him and wait until he tries to recruit you. Mirko. Right. She then ran out of the room. As the door closed, Izuku sighed and leaned on a table. Izuku. I need to lay down. Tomoko. Then let's go. Izuku nodded and started to walk to the door. Before he left, he turned to Hisashi and Ryuku. Izuku. Let me know if anything changes. They both nodded and the couple left the room. The Brotherhood was on the move. Only time would tell if they worked fast enough. World Heroes Mission PT-1. It had been months since the assassins learned of the Shroud and who had possession of it. The only information they were able to find was from old hideouts the League of Villains had abandoned, and even it was incredibly vague. Board writings on scraps of paper, old and weathered documents that were burned or barely legible. All the assassins could gather was that the Shroud was the reason All for One survived his initial battle with All Might. Now, it was mid-January, the snow had stopped and even began to melt. Izuku, Tomoko, and Tsutsumi were standing in the map room of the UA Bureau, overlooking a map of Tokyo. Izuku put his finger on a city block near the middle. Izuku, what about here? It's in the center of the city and I know there's a hospital nearby. If this man truly is a doctor, he would probably be hidden in plain sight. Tsutsumi shook her head. Tsutsumi. No, that can't be it. The Templars would have their hands on him by now and Hawks wouldn't need to be inside the Liberation Front. Speaking of, how's our mole? She looked at Tomoko, who had been keeping tabs on Mirko. Tomoko. She's doing well. There are times she disappears and I can't seem to find her. We can only assume that means she's inside. Now we just have to wait for her to contact us. Before any more could be said, 3 people barged into the room, All Might, Nizu, and Hisashi. The 3 already inside looked at them surprised. Hisashi had a look of fear on his face. Nizu. Me and All Might have an announcement to make. Hisashi. And I have bad news. Izuku. Okay, Dad, you first. Hisashi straightened up and cleared his throat. Hisashi. Unfortunately, due to our current limits and our recent priorities, the apple once sent to the ISS has been taken. Tsutsumi. What? So the Templars have it? He shook his head. Hisashi. No, a newer group has taken it. I believe they're called Hummerais. Nizu. My, this is bad. But it will also work in our favor. Izuku. How? All Might stepped up. All Might. Hummerais is also why we're here. They attacked a city with a gas bomb full of that trigger drug. There was enough inside just one bomb and incapacitate an entire city and injure most Quirk citizens. Many died as well. Tomoko. Where do we come into this? Nizu. Their leader, Flectern, has revealed the existence of more trigger bombs. The World Hero Association wants volunteers from UA to help with capturing Flectern and raiding Hummerais compounds to dispose of the trigger bombs. They are also calling on heroes like Ryuku and Endeavor to assist. Izuku. We'll do it, the assassins will help. If they have the apple, then the Templars must be after them too. We can't let them get to Hummerais first. When are the raids? All Might. In 2 weeks. Izuku hummed in thought. Izuku. Can we ask the shields to make us some gear between now and then? All Might nodded. All Might. Of course, what do we need? Izuku. I'll make a list. Send it to them when you get it. 1 week later. High above the city of Atheion in Portugal, military planes were flying, using the night sky as cover. Izuku looked around, the only people he recognized being Bakugo, Todoroki, and Endeavor. The other assassins and UA students had been scattered around the raid groups. He sighed, this wasn't ideal. Suddenly, a voice came over the speakers, the World Hero Association president. President. All right, listen up, you are all approaching your target destinations. Remember, our goal here is to capture the enemy leader as well as find and dispose of their trigger bombs. It went quiet for a few moments before another voice came on, All Might. All Might. I wish you all luck. Let's get this done quick so we can all go home. The back of the plane began to open up. Izuku and the others could feel the wind blowing past. Izuku stood and put on his parachute. President. We're counting on you all. Now go. As the other heroes ran forward, Izuku turned on his assassin comms. Izuku. Assassins, you know your assignments. Take down Hummerais, eliminate any Templars you find, and secure the apple if you find it. He turned off his communicator and ran to the edge before leaping from the plane. Being the last to do so, he could see the others already hitting the ground. He put his arms to his side and began to dive faster. He pulled his parachute several feet above the ground, slowing him down significantly. As his feet touched the ground, He cut the cords using the hidden blade on his left hand before rolling to break the rest of his fall. Once the roll finished, he took off in a sprint towards the entrance of the compound. He activated his quirk, seeing many red silhouettes he figured were Hummer-Eyes members and a few green and blue, representing heroes and his classmates. He then noticed a single red silhouette off by itself. He entered the compound and turned down a hallway off to the side. After a couple minutes, he made his way into a large room that seemed to serve as storage for the compound. He slowed down, climbed onto a large crate, and walked to the edge so he could see the person he was tracking. Izuku, whispering, "Who are you?" He could see them clearly now. It was a woman in a dark purple coat, black combat pants, and white body armor underneath the coat, but what caught his eye was the bare mask she was wearing. It seemed she was on the phone. "No, it isn't here. Flectern must have taken the apple to another hideout." Izuku quietly hopped off of the crate and slowly began to approach her. It was clear she was a Templar. "What?" "Yes, sir, I'll make sure to locate him. May the Father of Understanding guide us, Grand Master." Izuku walked up right behind her and flexed his right wrist, letting a horrible crackling noise fill the room as he used one piece of gear the shields made for the assassins, the hidden taser. He shoved it into her side and held it there for a few seconds, making her scream and fall to the ground, though she was still conscious. Who are you?" Izuku knelt next to her. "Izuku, tell me who you are first." Her eyes then widened. "Why you're one of the Japanese rebels?" Izuku, "Correct." He began to sift through her coat, eventually finding the medallion, taking it. Izuku, "And now I don't need you." He activated the blade on his left wrist and thrusted it at her neck. "Wait." He stopped as she rose her hands in fear. "I'll stop. Just don't kill me, please." After a few moments, Izuku sighed and retracted the blade. "Izuku, fine, but only because you can help me." He pulled her up to her feet, and her mask fell off, revealing long red hair. She immediately took his hand and shook it. Thank you as so much. How can I help?" "Izuku, first things first." He pulled out the medallion. "Izuku, you can let me watch this. And second, you'll help me find Flectern and get the apple before your bosses do." "Can do." Izuku extended the hidden blade and put it at her throat. "Izuku, but if you try anything, you'll have much more to worry about than your Grandmaster finding out you're helping me. Got it?" She nodded slowly. "Why, yes, sir." Izuku once again retracted the blade. He turned around and motioned for her to follow. "Izuku, let's go. We have a lot of work ahead of us, Mississippi?" "Howard, Sarah Howard." Izuku nodded. "Izuku, let's go, Mississippi Howard." He led her out of the compound and away from the heroes. He turned on his comms. "Izuku, assassins, return to Japan. I'll handle this."
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.